two. Two. Check two. Two. Hello, everyone. Hello, friends. Hello and welcome. Hey, what's someone got? I can't even do the YouTube voice as a joke. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to the Rob Rousseau Show. Going underground for 2 weeks because I'm going on vacation to Gavin Newsom's communist dictatorship. Pray that the secret police don't have me disappeared. Prayers are with you this week, coal mine. Careful out there. Stay safe. This new mic is still blowing my mind how different you sound. Is it a big difference? You think so? I was even fiddling with the... I need to find some balance between turning it up on the audio thing, the audio interface, and having some shit going on digitally as well in the actual settings. I think I need to unlock the full potential of this new mic. I don't think the potential is quite unlocked. Gotta get a switch on the auto tune for the cloud must. I'm not sure that. I guess there must be some way that I could have some kind of an auto tune plug-in. I don't know the first thing about how that would work though. You sound more like a radio show guy. Not even sure I could articulate beyond that. Okay, that's good. That's good. Hey, Red Scary. I saw some people were really upset about some reading that was happening. I hope any discussion of this. Reading and book fairs and table flipping, I hope it wasn't upsetting to anyone. I know some people just get really upset by the idea of reading, and I'm sorry that people had to experience that. Also not sure if anyone else has mentioned this, but your voice drops off a lot more when you turn away from the mic, just so you're aware. Okay, that's good. I think I have noticed that. That was a nice Jordan Poole shot. Coal mine. I knew people were overreacting to that game one. You know? I knew they were overreacting. I regret to inform chat that while they didn't deserve to get their table flipped, one of the people working their table was the PC USA land back guy I bitched about months ago. But wasn't it over in this tweet that I was reading, that was getting shared about this, wasn't over a copy of Settlers though? Wasn't that, they were like, it was like a black nationalist who was reading Settlers. What was it? It was like Mein Kampf for black people, I think was what they said about that. Something along.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hi, Rob. Thanks for the subversive stream, TRRS Sankara.
Oh yeah, Red Scary. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's right. Sam Sider, thank you very much for the 13 months resub at tier 1. Thanks for the subversive stream. And thank you for all the cursed content. The comments are not as cursed, but the content is very, very cursed. I mean, It's funny to laugh about that stuff. The anarchists freaking out about reading and stuff. Is it even worth getting into? We don't even need to go in depth about this. Who knows how much of that is even real? Who involved in those conversations is a Fed? Who's just doing kind of Fed stuff just because of it, some sense of weird internet clout? Who knows? How young are they? What are the ages of the people involved in these discussions? Sometimes I feel like we just gotta, and it's not. That's right, Red Sky. I think this is the attitude we need to have about this. And yeah, coal mine, that was my take. That was my prediction. Is that Curry will win, will win the finally get that finals MVP. If they are able to win. I think they will, but we'll see. Good sandwich. That was good stuff. Crack open this as well. Crisp Diet Coke. Chin chin, everyone. Okay. Now I'm really ready to get going here. Now I'm really ready. Boy, do I ever need it. This is outrageous. How was everyone's weekend? I think this is one of the main reasons I wanted to get one of these mics, because I wanted to start being one of these guys where I'm like always adjusting it and stuff. The other one would be really noisy, but I think with the XLR and the noise gate, I can kind of adjust it more. I'm going to become one of these guys now, always adjusting the mic. What do we think about that? Very cool move. This is what I'm saying. Yeah. Just bought a 35 pack of Diet Coke at Costco. I'm ready. Hell yeah, Dacadoon. I went out grocery shopping yesterday morning. Picked up a 12 pack of Diet Coke and a 12 pack of Fresca. Nice 12 pack of Fresca. Now I'm going to be enjoying a very refreshing Fresca, which we don't talk about enough. We don't talk about Fresca legitimacy enough. Really an underrated and underappreciated soda. Have you guys tried drinking water? Yes, I'm very hydrated. Thank you for wondering. Thank you for asking. But yes, I'm very hydrated. I have my Diet Coke to start the stream so that I can get my little burst of caffeine, right? And then I fill up my water jug and I have that through the rest of the stream. Diet Coke is mostly water anyways. That's right. Coffee, 99% water. Bresca is technically sparkling. Yeah. Bresca's very good, James. The grapefruit soda, which I think is an underappreciated soda flavor, isn't it? I had my graduation party and got wasted with the boys. We love it, Coal Mine. I remember being there. I remember being right where you were. Many, many years ago, Coal Mine. Many years ago. Remember to savor. I went over on a big diatribe last time this came up, but remember to savor this moment, Coal Mine. You got your whole adulthood stretching out in front of you. Yeah, there's only one time in your life you get to have this feeling, so you better enjoy it. As long as we're not... Yeah, it gets significantly worse. That's right. As long as we're not drinking LaCroix, I don't need water that tastes like the ghosts of strawberry. So I do like the flavored soda waters. I'm a big fan of those. I usually don't get LaCroix, even though I enjoy them. I like the Perrier kind, like the grapefruit kind or the orange, or just whatever they have. I do enjoy those. I don't want to re-up on Diet Coke before the big move this week, so I'm going water for a few days. That's good. You're going to be mentally and physically ready for a big move, Doc. Moving is hard. Moving is physically strenuous and mentally strenuous. Need to be on your A game. Orange. That's right. Top 5 favorite fruits. Okay. I'm going to go with apples, oranges, grapes, pineapple is in there, and I'm going to go with watermelon.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
TRRSXI.
Osaku, thanks so much for the 6 months resub, a tier 2. Thanks, Osaku. What's better, Gatorade or body armor? Because I'm going to be swimming laps daily. I'm more of a Gatorade man, personally. I recommend adding lemon, cucumber, strawberry, or whatever in your water and store it in the fridge if you want some taste. That sounds kind of nice. I've never tried that, but that does sound nice. Honeydew is better than watermelon. That's an interesting take, Coal Mine. I don't agree with that. I like honeydew melon. I think cantaloupe and honeydew melon aren't that exciting, but they're essential component to any fruit salad. You know, you can't all just have like exotic wild stuff in there. You need to ground it. You know? You need that honeydew or cantaloupe in there. I never liked raspberries, but I've come around to them lately. Raspberry really depends on the freshness level. There's a sweet spot in which a raspberry is really, really good, and then you pass that moment and you miss the moment, and then it gets kind of like gooey and not nice. It's not good. You know, I tried a brand new fruit a few weeks ago. I don't know if I mentioned it. I don't know if I mentioned this to anybody. I don't know if I mentioned this to you guys. I tried a brand new fruit, a pine berry. Brand new fruit. Pine berry. Has anyone ever had one of those? I feel like if it was more like widespread in our culture, it could really make some noise. As far as we're in the fruit world. I think if pineberry was more widespread, I think it could really become a popular fruit. New fruit just dropped. That's right. Yeah, they're like albino strawberries. Yeah, it's like a strawberry. It's white. And it has kind of like a pineapple-y taste. Really recommend it. I saw some at the grocery store the other day. Picked them up on a whim. And I ate them pretty quick. Really enjoyed them. True, there's like 2 weeks out of the year that peaches are the best fruit over all the fruits. Absolutely, yeah. A great peach is like a wonderful thing. That's why I wouldn't put it in my top fruit categories. Because again, it's like a great peach is wonderful, but then you have the hardworking, show up to work every day, roll up the sleeves apple, which isn't flashy. It's not flashy, but it day in and day out throughout the year gets the job done. You know, and I respect that. I respect that in a fruit. The humble apple. Blue collar. That's right. We need to start a dialogue about plantains. You know what? I don't eat a lot of plantains, but I should. I should be putting plantains in like curries and stuff. You know? As like a salt, like the savoriness of it. Apple is the potato of fruits, yes. Most underrated fruit is kiwi. I enjoy a nice kiwi. I need to become more of a plantain guy, though. I agree with that. Plantains don't have any flavor, but that's what, yeah, you fry it up, though. You fry it up with like some salt and spices and stuff. And it's got a nice texture as like a side that goes along with like some kind of a, you know, a spicier or more savory dish. Most overrated fruit is oranges. I don't agree. A nice orange, I think, is pretty tremendous. A nice orange is really nice. Is really good stuff. Plantain chips are very good. That's right. Yeah, I agree with that. Clementines sort of go hard. Definitely. Yeah. The humble orange. That's right. Sipping on some Spanish clementine juice right now. That sounds nice. Most polarizing fruit is durian. I'm not sure I've had it. Is that the one that kind of like smells like socks? Mangoes aren't worth the effort of peeling and working around pit. Sometimes, though, a really good mango does really like speak to me, though. White belt. Someone was eating mango with sticky rice in the food chat. I've never heard of that before. Yeah, it's a great dessert. Great dessert. Get some coconut milk on there. Wonderful. Durian's got to be one of the best fruit. Westerners just never developed the sense necessary to enjoy it. Maybe that's it. That's probably my like Western colonialist palate. Not a huge mango fan, but that sounds really good. Oh yeah, it's big if you go to go to Thai restaurants. I used to work at a Thai. I was a busboy at a Thai restaurant for a while in Montreal. One of the best restaurants, and it was vegan, all vegan food, and it was so good. Any thoughts on the NBA Finals? We got in some brief NBA Finals chat earlier, a few minutes ago. I think as always happens, people were really like overreacting to Game 1, and I saw all kinds of foolish talk about a Celtic sweep and stuff like that just because of the first game and how the Warriors kind of collapsed. People really like try to formulate opinions based on like very short, small sample sizes in sports and in NBA in particular. In fact, I went to a basketball game yesterday, folks. I went to a basketball game yesterday because Montreal now has a semi-pro basketball team. Because there's the CEBL, the Canadian Elite Basketball League. It just expanded to Montreal. I went to a game yesterday with Nick Tasic, who some of you might know from Twitter, and his girlfriend, and my son. I brought my son along as well. And it was pretty cool. I'm not like emotionally invested really in it, which is a really key component watching sports, but it's fun. It's a pretty high quality league. Like there's definitely guys that can play. Tickets are cheap. It's fun. Yeah, that's the league that J. Cole is playing in. He plays for the Scarborough team. Hey Rob, a comment on this astute observation of the Celtics. The Celtics got rid of Enes Kanter and immediately became elite and went to the NBA Finals. We might get universal health care if the U.S. deports that man. It does get... Poor Enes, you know? He banked his whole career on this hard pivot. This hard pivot to complaining about China, changing his name to Freedom, and just going all in on all these like CIA plot lines. And he immediately gets cut from his team. And I think he was planning on like using the fact that he got cut as like he was going to pull like a reverse Kaepernick and being like, I'm being canceled for my political activism. Activism. Jesus. I'm being canceled for my political activism because I'm speaking out about China in the NBA where you can't do that because of La China and Adam Silver, who are just like, they love China. They're obsessed with they're obsessed with President Xi and getting his approval. And he kind of tried to do that, but just no one has really bought it. The Celtics were immediately significantly better after he was not on the team anymore. I mean, they built their identity around playing defense the whole second half of the season. One of the best defensive teams in the league. That's the reason they're in the NBA Finals. Kanter, notoriously a terrible defender. Notoriously. This man can't play D. He can't D up. So they get rid of Kanter. They immediately get way better. They go to the finals. And I don't think really people are buying this. And all the bots or whatever who were like involved in this, pushing this, promoting this stuff, seem to have moved on. And now you have Cantor still kind of trying to do the same thing, and just now no one really even cares. And now he's being super honest about it too. Yeah, I'm hanging out at the CIA office. I'm hanging out at the FBI office. And we're like, we know you are, sir. We know you are, Ennis. Cantor's going to get a ring, though, if they win. It depends. That depends on the team. That depends on the team. In fact, my man, Jonas Valanciunas, should have got a ring in 2019. He played half the year for the Raptors before being traded for Marc Gasol, and was a big part of the team prior to that. I think he should have gotten a ring, but didn't. It depends on the team, and like a team can choose to give him one. And I'm going to say that the Celtics will not give him Enes Kanter a ring. Wins a Mickey Mouse ring. That's right. I'm going to say they're not going to, considering he immediately threw the team under the bus and was like, they're canceling me because I'm so outspoken. I don't think they're going to be in a huge rush to give him a ring, especially when he was talking about his teammates, like literally talking about his black teammates who have been outspoken about like police violence. His black teammates that have been outspoken about police violence. And he was just like, why don't you just shut up and play? Like, that's basically his message that he was giving. Stop complaining and just shut up and play. You're lucky to live in America. You could be living in like one of these horrible authoritarian countries that the CIA tells me to talk about. So he literally like threw his team under the bus when he got cut and was lecturing his black teammates about complaining about police violence. Montreal writer, you're a Quebecois guy or an NDP guy? I'm neither. I'm a want to overthrow the Canadian government guy. As a joke. Just as a joke. I'm a seize the means of production type fellow. Wasn't Cantor being racist toward Jeremy Lin? Yeah, he was, because he was just like, you're Chinese. How dare you be Chinese? That was basically Ennis's argument about that. Robbie should tweet, as Outrun said, and also check the school's email for events this week. We're all reminding you of things. Thank you to everybody. I will tweet that I'm live, actually. I will do that, and I did check that. I've been checking the school email thing, and in fact, Friday was tropical day at my son's school, and I made sure that he had a nice tropical vacation-y kind of outfit. So I was on top of it. But thank you for the reminder. I of course need it. Is it summer vacay yet? No, not yet. That starts in like 2 weeks. He's got his graduation coming up soon. Graduating kindergarten. Looking forward to that. Thank you, Lodane. My son's field trip was canceled today due to rain. Oh, that's unfortunate, Dakadu. What was he supposed to do? Speaking of, it was my birthday weekend again this weekend. As you know, we actually are still in birthday week territory right now, just so we're aware of that. But and by the way, I just wanted to thank everyone again for all the love and support on Friday. It was really like incredible, the level of kind of support that I get from this community on my birthday, especially made it a very special birthday for me. I was very, very touched, and I appreciate all of you. So what did I do the next day? The next day, Saturday, I went out for a nice brunch. Official birthday week is 13 days long, 6 days on either side.
You're gonna have
That's
good
smart.
old Rob to talk you through all this.
That's smart. I didn't take advantage of the pre-week. The pre-birthday week. It's a good idea. So the next day we went out for a nice birthday brunch. I got some eggs Benny. And a nice smoothie. There's a nice place, like a nice brunch place close by in my neighborhood that does really good like milkshakes and smoothies and stuff. And I had a really nice, it's like a mango pineapple spinach, I think is the, like one of those green concoctions. Kind of makes you feel a little bit less guilty about the whole brunch thing. That was very enjoyable. With some eggs Benny. And afterwards I was just like really tired out. Because I was like, I had drank a little bit. I drank a little bit on Friday. I drank a few White Claws. So I was a little out of it after my brunch. I lay down on the sofa a little bit. And I felt so bad because I woke up at like 4:30. And I had been planning to do the like Fortnite season finale, big event. And my son he was really excited for the season finale thing. Because for the last like few weeks, they've been like showing hints of what it was going to be. You see this big like mech being built in the background of the loading screen and stuff. And he was really excited. He was like speculating on like what it was going to be and what you were going to be able to do. There was like the countdown timer and everything. And Maxie, I saw you sent me a drum emote. I appreciate that. Was very nice of you, Maxie. Thank you. The drum line thing. Thank you very much, Maxie. I appreciate it. So he was really, really excited, and then I woke up at 4:30 and I was like, oh fuck, did I miss it? And I like came down here to fire up Fortnite, and it was starting up, and I got him to come like check it out, and he like showed up right at the end. It was like the end, to be continued. And I missed the season finale. And he was really upset. He was really upset because he was really looking forward to it. Like he was really excited. And just in Fortnite, as you know, you can't like replay these things. It happens once. It happens once, and then it's gone. It's gone. And that's a hard thing for kids to process. He's like, when can it come back? When's the big robot coming back? And I'm like, I'm really sorry, but it's not. That's the end of it. Yeah, you can watch it on YouTube, but he wanted to like play the thing, right? He wanted to play the whole finale. He was really excited. Can't stress enough. Was super excited for this. So he was really disappointed that I missed it. And I felt pretty bad after. I felt very guilty. Maxie says it was cool. Lodanes thinks it was mid. Yeah. Learning about the impermanence of life early. That's it. Well, kids have a hard time with that message. And I mean, that's one of the things that makes Fortnite, I think, kind of cool. The fact that that's how it works, and how it's always changing. And you have these limited events. I think that's kind of neat. But when you miss it, kids have a hard time with that idea. No more chances. Oh, and I didn't say thank you for the gifted sub, James. Thank you, James. Gifting a sub 3 minutes ago. I appreciate that, James. So he was pretty disappointed. But, it's fine. It's fine now. We had a little crisis with that. The new season is pretty cool, though. Fortnite is how we'll reach out to the masses. That's right. The new season is cool, though. And I did, as you saw in the gaming tab, along with Moss World, picked up a number 1 victory royale. First match in the new season. I won one last night. I think it was like my 3rd or 4th. I do like the new map, though. And I don't really get what happened because I missed the event. There's all these new weird forests and all kinds of weird stuff growing, and all the military stuff has been taken, installations have been taken over by this kind of like rave thing. I don't really get it, but I enjoy it though. It's fun. Nothing happened, like we fought a thing and now it's a theme park. Yeah. I've been trying to follow the lore. I don't totally understand like the actual story of the game. There isn't really a logical lore yet. Did I mention I got a new job mostly working from home? No more missing huge chunks of streams for this guy unless it's a night stream. Then I'll be in the middle of sleeping. That is fair. That is fair. That sounds good though, King Uendo. Congrats. The working from home man. We love it. Well done. I'm going to switch to this angle here. I do have like some stuff to actually talk about today. I haven't really planned too much for this stream, I gotta say. I did reach out though earlier today. I'll let you know what I hear back, but I did reach out to Ben Norton to bring Ben on to talk about the Summit of the Americas. I mean, in fact, we could talk about the Summit of the Americas today because there's news about that. And there's a whole counter summit being held in I believe Los Angeles right now. We can pay attention to. Yeah, there's the Brits and Boris. There's Boris Johnson. Could possibly be on his way out. Who knows? The amazing thing is if Boris Johnson does get voted out, if he fails this vote of no confidence, he's going to be replaced with some other, conservative lunatic, whether it's like Sunak or whoever. And it's going to be framed as like the British media, like holding powerful people to account, right? And it's going to be framed as some kind of victory, while nothing will actually change. The same party will be in place. The same program will be in place. Obrador said he's not going to the Summit of the Americas because Venezuela, Cuba were excluded. Yeah, no, I saw that as well. We were going to get into this. I love the solidarity. I love seeing the solidarity. I don't know. Probably someone that's more plugged into Mexican politics could weigh in on whether AMLO has been like a disappointment or has been exceeded expectations or what. But I love to see that kind of internationalist solidarity with people in Mexico and Central and South America. We will get to that though. The only other Tory guy I know is like Jacob Rees-Mogg, who's always lounging everywhere. Yeah, he's one of those like real old school. I mean, like, which is funny because he's like he's new money. He's like nouveau riche. But it just one another person that seems like he was kind of designed in a lab to be a like noxious, arrogant Tory politician. There's footage of him being like when he was like 12 years old, like buying stocks and shit. Or what is it? There's some really weird footage of him. He's basically just a Victorian workhouse owner. Yeah, that's right. And that's what I mean, though. It's funny because I believe he's like nouveau riche, like he's new money, but he acts like he's been part of this aristocracy for generations. That's the really pathetic thing about it, is he has that kind of like aristocratic arrogance without the actual generational wealth to back it up. Pretty pathetic. They're all various flavors of. You know what, Sam? I feel like you have C-word privilege because you're British. I think British and Australian people have C-word privilege. I don't feel comfortable reading that comment back, though, as like a Canadian Westerner. I don't feel like I have the same C-word privilege that some people in the UK and Australia maybe might have. I don't think I feel comfortable making that a part of my like regular vocabulary. We all know what happened when Hassan said the C word. I actually don't remember that one. He's subjected to a lot of pretty wild controversies. Why can't you say it? I don't know. It's just not part of the. It's not part of like slang vocabulary. Oh, Hassan's C word was saltine, of course. Yeah. Yes. That, of course, I agree with. That I certainly don't have that card. In fact, I should have it, though. I should have a C word pass. That one. I grew up with it as a term of endearment. No, I get it. Like, I know it's kind of cultural. I've spent a lot of time in the UK. So I'm familiar. I'm familiar with the lexicon. By the way, I'm still in the politics tab. Maybe we can just stick it and hang out here in the politics tab. We're talking about politics. We're talking about Britain. The only C word in this house is chorizo. Delicious. Delicious. Yeah. Those are kind of the various things that I had in mind to talk about today. I'm really looking forward to bringing on Ben Norton onto the show to talk about the Summit of the Americas, but there's probably content about the summit that we can take a look at today as well. Remember the time that Dave Meltzer said the word Mark was tantamount to the N-word? I actually don't remember that, but that's pretty amazing. We love Dave. The best thing about Dave Meltzer is his office. Have you ever seen a picture of Dave like in his office? And he's just surrounded by big stacks of like documents and papers. He's got big like hoarder vibes. He just lives in this big giant pile of random papers. It's very chaotic energy. I'm somewhat sympathetic because I have some of the same tendencies, but not that bad though. Did anyone watch that Hell in the Cell pay-per-view? I couldn't believe that Cody Rhodes wrestled with the torn pectoral injury. That was really, really disgusting. It's amazing how much that they're like pushing him though at the same time. I'm not surprised that he jumped ship if this is the kind of run that they had in mind for him. Respect to Seth Rollins as well for making sure he's getting a nice rub. Walks right into the company and beats Rollins 3 times in a row. It speaks to how great Rollins is as a wrestler, that he can kind of just do that and not really feel damaged from it in any way. Not that I watch that much regularly, but he'll be able to bounce back from that pretty easily, I think. Even has paper on the floor. It's so bad. If Dave ever replies to you with a condescending tweet, just remember he's doing it in a pile of his own filth. Dave, come on, sir. Like, I know what it's like with these messes. Maybe Dave is like an ADHD guy or some kind of OCD something. I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult to overcome that, and these big messes become overwhelming. It becomes overwhelming, and you can't get out of it, you know? You can't take that first step. I understand this. The rag sheets, brother. This is me going through the mod logs after we spent 3 days in the politics category. I know it's hard, Dave, but Dave's gotta pick this shit up. This man is married. See, that's actually surprising to know, because this is extreme single man energy. You know, not that it should be anyone's wife's or husband's job to like ensure that they like keep a tidy working space, but like you'd think just out of sort of basic respect. I can see the organizational pattern in this. It's like in Homeland. There's some kind of like color coding. If you took it all up and put it on the wall, you'd see that there's like a color coded organizational nature. You know, this is like a shed outhouse at the bottom of the garden. Yeah. We're just relegated to out of sight and mind. Yeah. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. It's not very professional. Trying to see what posters and masks he's got on the walls there. Yeah, I'm not sure what those are. That one looks like a Jushin Thunder Liger. I couldn't tell you what the rest of these ones. He's got... Is that Muhammad Ali? It's not very high def. I'm not sure what that one is. The middle one looks like La Parka. Yeah, that could be a La Parka. That's right. I mean, I have some of these same issues. Who is this man? Red Scary. This is the world's most prominent pro wrestling journalist. This guy basically invented the industry of modern pro wrestling journalism. Serrano versus Cyborg poster on the left. See, I have some of these same issues. For a while, in fact, for a while now, ever since I moved into this new office, which I guess was like 6 months ago now, I've had this growing pile here, right in this area down here. Because I had like one more little basket of like weird papers and stuff that I need to go through. And I just kind of put it on the floor. And then over time, other stuff starts accumulating there. So I had this little like junk pile in my corner there that was kind of building. But I did move the pile. I moved the junk pile, and then this morning I began the process of going through it and getting rid of the recycling and finding little places to put all the knickknacks and random assorted stuff that's in there. So I am taking steps to be better when it comes to this. I think he prints every article, newsletter he writes. It's the only thing that makes sense. I could see Dave being an email printer. Okay? I could see Dave Meltzer being like an email, like he gets an email, sends it to the printer, prints it out, reads it. Like, oh, that goes in the email pile over here. Not only tweets, but finds a way to write 10K words a night about this shit, and has done for the last 30 years. About 30 years he's been doing this every single day. Has he heard of a filing cabinet? I guess not. Furtively glances at piles of stuff on my floor. No, couldn't be me. That's what I mean. I'm trying to be better. I've got some of the same tendencies, Warlock, but we can be better than this. And by the way, Warlock, I got to say again, I mentioned this earlier, but I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that was so supportive. And Warlock, I just can't say enough about the level of support that you've shown me in this community, in this channel. It really means a lot. And in fact, you gave such a generous donation on Friday, on my birthday, and your message didn't get read properly because there was so many different messages happening at the same time. You said on Friday, I figured I might as well just give you the rest of my donation budget for this year and be done with it. I, together with everyone in this wonderful community, believe in you, Rob. Happy birthday. I wanted to make sure your message was actually read properly because I really appreciate it a lot. It really meant a lot to me. How many dead highlighters are in that room? Over under 4.5. So he's definitely a spreadsheet and email printer. You think he's a highlighter guy, though? I would actually take the under. I don't think he's a big highlighter guy. I would take the under on used highlighters. My partner is like that. I mean, not as bad, whereas I'm the type to immediately put the paper away to my own designated file. Otherwise, I don't trust myself to do it later. Honestly, I've had really moments in my life where I've been pretty bad with this kind of stuff. I shouldn't even be making fun of it. In all honesty, I've had moments in my life, I'm better now, but I've certainly had moments in my life where I've been pretty bad with that kind of stuff. Rooms just filled with paper and boxes. When it comes to hoarding tendencies, I'm a big box hoarder over here. For some reason, I hold on to these boxes, and I'm for some reason it's important to do this. I might need this again. I don't know what to do with this. And there's moments where I've had just this big collection of boxes for months, just taking up space. You have no idea how valuable your streams and community are to me, Rob. Just responding in kind with the means at my disposal. Thank you, Warlock. Really, thank you so much. I threw out a ton of stuff when moving from Florida to Indiana. Felt great. It does feel when you finally get rid of this stuff, doesn't it? It's a good feeling. It's because boxes are paper and cardboard, which is trees, and we inherently respect their sacrifice. Not really even joking. I think that's part of it, yeah. I think that's part of it. My mom is a hoarder and my dad lived like a bachelor, so my cleaning habits have been hard learned and always have to be checked and reinforced. Depression and chronic pain make that fail sometimes. There's always a future where you can get that shit clean. It's one of the few things we can control in life. And it's a really satisfying feeling, right? When you are able to overcome whatever mental or physical limitations are causing you to go down that path. It's a really good feeling when you can steer away from it. Love a good purge, junk, political party, or otherwise. Exactly. Sometimes you need to carry out a big Stalinist purge in your room. My dad is a semi-hoarder, and he also fixes and repairs everything. Also, his parents' generation were in the Great Depression, so every object is too valuable to discard. Yeah. And maybe we better get used to that kind of thing too, since we're heading into the new one. So maybe we should start learning some of those kind of strategies. Figure out how to do this kind of stuff, considering we're walking into the next big Great Depression. My dad was telling me about a hog killing day in his childhood this weekend. The feral hogs. Apparently this is still a thing. I knew we were country as hell, but not a hog killing day country. Oh yeah. Speaking of Stalinist purges, did you see that anarchist book fair shit? Yeah, we were joking a little bit about that at the beginning of the stream on Electable Airwaves. I don't know if we need to get into it much more, you know. Like we were saying before, it's fun to laugh and joke around about. But like not a whole lot of point engaging too thoroughly in it. I can't imagine how shitty that anarchist book fair would be to attend. Yeah, we got a lot of cursed takes rounded up about. All the books at the fair just be blank pages. It's actually like, it's status to enforce reading on people, as we've talked about before, so. I feel bad for anarchist comrades who are not anti-communist, but on the internet they seem few and far between. I do think that is one thing, Sam. Sometimes in those moments, when we get a really distorted idea about certain viewpoints or certain perspectives, because they're dominated by I think frankly like very young people, and in this really kind of weird online antisocial lens. Right, and I think it gives us a distorted idea, and like there's plenty of people that follow those kind of tendencies that do great work around their communities, you know, and will happily line up to defend immigrant communities, defend marginalized people from police, who will line up against, you know, white supremacy, fascism. And like nothing but respect for people that live that kind of lifestyle. You know, nothing but respect. Also, reading theory is hard. It's true. It's true. No free will. In fact, I think like me, even a couple years ago, when I was first getting into this kind of stuff, I think it's. I wouldn't say I wouldn't describe myself as being like anti-reading theory or anything, but I was also kind of like very unpretentious about it. And I don't think I really appreciated the importance of it. And I thought it was maybe a little alienating for people to kind of have like a homework list for people that want to get involved in like leftist politics. And it can be kind of alienating. And it kind of reduces, I kind of liked the idea of a leftist politics that had this kind of broad mass appeal, which I thought that kind of stuff, you know, encouraging people to read theory, it kind of like moves away from that. I think now that I've spent more time doing that and reading theory, and like you see the value of it once you start to do it more and more. Especially when you follow modern politics and you become confused by certain things that are certain forces that are happening, or certain reactions in politics or in media or whatever, and then you can look back on writers and thinkers from 100 years ago and be like, oh, they were talking about this 100 years ago, and it's like, oh, there's actually answers in here. There's answers in here that explain the way our modern world works that I just don't have. If I'm just kind of looking around and trying to figure this stuff out on my own. So I've become a lot more, I think it's become a lot more important, definitely, to spend that time having that framework. I like theory, so I started as a commie, but I had a cool anarchist friend who introduced me more in that direction. Also, being a doomer makes anarchy seem more likely. I guess for me, no free will, especially going back in history. Like for me, and I would never, I don't think I would describe myself as like a Marxist-Leninist. I think Marxist-Leninists have to be, I've talked about this before, but I think Marxist-Leninists, you need to be like part of a revolutionary organization or party and like actively working daily to sort of build that, which I'm not doing. I'm just like a guy that likes to talk about these subjects. I'm certainly sympathetic, but definitely it's the prism through which history started kind of making sense to me. And you can kind of take a look at the history of the last 150 years or so through that lens, through that prism. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, this like really makes, now this, all these things kind of click into place about, especially when you consider the kind of false history that we've been taught. The very like Western centric history that we've been taught, the way that like the evils and genocide of colonialism gets kind of swept under the rug or gets discussed, but talked about as some kind of mistake that happens in the past, or the way the Cold War gets taught, or you know, the whole last, you know, our modern history following World War II, which we've dissected endlessly on this show. And starting to understand history through that lens was a moment for me where it's really the only way that I've been able to sort of understand a lot of these historical factors and these historical events, and allowed myself to sort of break out of this inherently kind of Western chauvinist viewpoint, which I think is programmed into all of us. It's programmed into all of us from like cradle to grave. And I think that like dialectical materialist or Marxist-Leninist understanding of historical and political forces have made everything kind of make sense to me in a way that it didn't before. Theory gives you the rails to guide your thinking so you can analyze the current conditions and consider what's the best thing to do. I think that's a good way of putting it, Red Scary, and especially when we get into like the no book worship thing. That's part of it, right? We need to read theory. We need to understand these things, but we also don't need to become like, we don't need to treat it like it's a Bible. It's just giving you a set of tools to understand things that are happening in politics or the media or society today. It fully makes sense to me why they had the dumb football coach teaching the highest level history class in my high school. Yeah, it does make sense, doesn't it? Everything just kind of clicks into place. That's been really valuable for me. So we're here in the politics tab over on Twitch. Do you have any like random algorithm viewers watching? Any random? Did you open Twitch today and see the little thing and click on it? I'm always curious about some of these lurkers in the chat. Anyone got anything we want to, any discussion you want to kick off here or anything? We can get into like the main kind of stuff that I was planning on talking about today, but this isn't a criticism of you necessarily, but I wish more theory walks would focus on deprogramming and explaining to the average person how they're being lied to all the time. I mean, River and Ravens, I mean, frankly, that's exactly what I think this show is supposed to be about. I actually agree with what you're saying, and that's genuinely what I try to engage in and day out on this platform here. And Rob, I think you are in ML. Don't be shy. It is in high school. We don't have to worry about labels and ish. Well, that's it. It's like I think I would describe, Marxist Leninists as people that are like actively engaged in sort of building that in whatever society they live. Maybe you could describe this as doing that, but I'm not sure. I'm not so sure that I would. It is kind of the whole point of this show. Yeah, it's a shame the Deprogram Pod is both good and has that name because it would be the perfect title for TRRS. I got to bring those Deprogram Pod guys on the stream. The point of shows similar to this one, or whatever the fuck BreadTomb is doing now, should be breaking this stuff down PBS style for people that don't even know that don't even know what they don't know. Of course, people that revel in theory need a place to hang out and discuss stuff without having to constantly educate newbies. But I just don't think I'll ever get there because I don't enjoy reading philosophy books due to dyslexia and their fucked up vocabularies. I'll have to get this information secondarily. Well, it's a good point, Lodan. I mean, that's why I think it's been valuable for me as someone who spends time talking about this stuff, to have that framework, right? I read, there's been theory that's been really valuable in terms of understanding the way that our current world works. And part of the beauty of it, I think, is that it's written in such a way that is very easy to understand. And then it's like, I think it's helpful that I can then take that analysis and then show up here. And then when people come to the stream to hang out and learn about these things, I feel like I'm able to kind of do that and break things down into kind of a way, in a language that they can understand. That said, the Jakarta Method is audiobook, so I'm reading that right now, and that's definitely one. And again, it speaks to Bevan's skill as a writer and a journalist. I think that book is so accessible. There's nowhere in that book that's like, this is a communist book, or like this is this perspective, or like Bevan's politics are pretty much left out of it. But it's just in terms of a work of journalism, it's got this kind of inescapable conclusion to it. And it's very propulsive too. It's kind of cinematic in a way, the way it's written. So it's a real credit to Bevan's skill, I think, as a journalist, that he was able to write that book, because I think it is so essential for getting people to understand this kind of history and this kind of deprogramming. Just reading the chat here. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I guess we don't have any brave lurkers yet. I'm wondering if maybe there's like if there's something about the Summit of the Americas so we could maybe take a look at. We're going to be focusing on that a lot this week. After Jakarta Method, if you're still in the groove, Washington Bullets and or Open Veins of Latin America are a good pairing. Yeah, or Against Empire. I'm reading Against Empire right now by Parenti. And in fact, I've taken a few days off from reading and I got to get back into it. It's been really I feel like it's has been really valuable for my mental health in general. I'm going to focus more on finishing books lately. Yeah, well, River and Ravens, that's why they say no theory without practice. And vice versa. I think it really does have to go hand in hand, doesn't it? Jakarta Method was so eye-opening to me after reading Operation Paperclip and going straight into Jakarta. Our country is truly fucked up, a horror of the world. I mean, I think it's why it's so important, Squatch, because I think so many people default to, even if you can people have a basic understanding of like the evils of imperialism or the kind of things that the United States government has done in Vietnam or whatever, people will still retreat to this like, well, at least we're not as bad as X country. And like that's their like security blanket. And when these moments come up, like in the media where there's like fear-mongering campaign against countries like China come up, then you have a lot of people who have a basic understanding of Western history and know quite a lot about the evils of colonialism will still say like, well, at least we're not bad like China, or like at least we're not as bad as North Korea. At least we're not like Venezuela or any one of these countries. And I think when you really start to truly grasp the like incomprehensible evils that we have spread around the globe, that we have like inflicted on other peoples and other cultures, all in the name of creating this global system of exploitation and profits for for extremely wealthy people. When you really truly start to grasp the extent of that, America is the least bad. It's just American exceptionalism. That is. It's like that's like the acceptable version of Western colonial mindset. And this is good. That's as far as they want you to go. That's as far as you're allowed to go in our culture. You know, we can talk about the bad things we did, but as long as we understand that like we're still overall good, then we can have these discussions. But I think once you really start to grasp the extent of the evil, and what we've done to other people and other cultures, and you accept this basic idea that like, no, it's not that we're less bad, or there's literally no other place you can say, well, at least we're not as bad as, and you just grasp this basic truth that it's us. We're the bad guys. We're the bad guys of history. We're the bad guys that the rest of the entire world looks at and like knows full well that what the power dynamic is and what our goals are and what our values are. We are the baddies. Like, you don't need to, and there's no equivocation. You don't need to equivocate. Yes, we are the baddies. Yes. And it really helps you understand. I mean, it's like I saw a tweet. I saw a tweet yesterday talking about China, talking about the amazing things that they're calling it progressive authoritarianism. There's a piece in Business Insider to talk about the ways that President Xi is like going against, like deliberately going against powerful capital interests to protect the interests of like the poor and working class and like this growing middle class. And someone was sharing it, being like, look, we can have this, and kind of trying to do this thing of like, speaking positively about China. And then of course you've always got to have this caveat. Yes, China commits human rights abuses, but we can still, and it's just like, we don't need to do this anymore. You know what I mean? We don't need to do this anymore. You don't need to preface this. Oh, I'm saying one positive thing about China, so I have to make sure everyone understands. We have to make sure everyone understands. Oh, they are still bad. They still do a lot of bad stuff, but it's like you don't need to do it. You don't need to. I don't really know what that accomplishes. I don't feel it's necessary to like try to appease people like that or try to water it down. You actually don't have to genuflect at the altar of xenophobia. No, you don't. The politics and history understanders at the NRO have indeed logged on. You cannot understand Vladimir Putin and his war against Ukraine unless you understand that he is a Marxist-Leninist. Man, I would certainly think things would be a lot. I think it would be, it would be cool if that was the case. Unfortunately, it's not, though. Unfortunately, it's not. I think having that Marxist-Leninist understanding can help you understand Russia's motives for engaging in this conflict. But the idea that Putin himself, literally a billionaire capitalist, who profited personally immensely from the collapse of the Soviet Union. We've talked about what the level of human rights devastation that was. It wasn't all like a historic human rights disaster, the collapse of the Soviet Union. Putin personally benefited and personally profited from this. So I don't think it would be really accurate to frame him as a Marxist-Leninist, although I do think having that ML perspective will help understand. It'll help clarify the war in Ukraine a lot. Absolutely. Because those seem to be the only folks that are acknowledging.
I have no choice but to stand.
Brendan Long, look at a $2 Patreon sub. Thank you, Brendan Long. It seems to be like that ML perspective is the only one that kind of acknowledges that this conflict didn't start 100 days ago. If you don't have that perspective, then you might be convinced by this Western media narrative that this conflict started 100 days ago, and it was like completely unprovoked, and some kind of unprovoked assault. I think having that perspective makes that a little easier to dispel this notion. But of course, that doesn't mean in any way that Putin himself is a Marxist-Leninist. That's a pretty ridiculous statement. I bet he regrets doing that shit in the 90s. Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of the understanding of Putin seems to be that, like, he kind of, like, betrayed everything that he spent the early adult life working towards in the 90s. He helped sell out the Soviet Union. He profited immensely from the collapse of the Soviet Union. And I think a lot of these actions were being undertaken with the understanding that Russia was eventually going to become part of this rules-based international order. And it would be part of NATO, and it would be part of this kind of Western alliance. I think that's what a lot of people that were selling out Russia thought was going to happen. But I think the conflict with Russia in the Cold War, it wasn't necessarily always about communism and the economics of it. And it was like, it's part of just the fact that there's kind of a Russophobic element to our foreign policy, because they're just not considered part of the West. And like, just as we saw in these other countries in the Soviet Union, just privatizing all your public resources and destroying working class people and taking away people's ability to get education, taking away people's ability to get health care, all this stuff. didn't buy them any. They didn't actually become part of the West. Nor did Russia. And even though Russia did everything the West wanted, they were not invited to become part of that rules-based international order. Putin didn't personally benefit from the collapse of USSR other than in the hindsight of becoming the president much later. I don't think that's accurate. I think if you follow Putin's career following the collapse of the Soviet Union, he put himself into like positions of power immediately in the post-collapse Soviet Russian society. It took him a while to become president, but he did manage to like steer in that direction when this collapse was ongoing, and put himself in a position where he personally would be not only surviving but benefiting from it. They were given the bird when Russia asked to join NATO. That's right. So I think a lot we can understand his motivations as having that level of like scorn. Like he feels like he was scorned in this process. And it's like, okay, you're not going to let me into NATO. You're not going to let us into your precious rules-based international order, which we all know that you don't actually follow these rules. We all know that if you're the United States, the rules don't actually apply to you. You can engage in this kind of destabilization, economic sanctions, overthrowing governments, invading countries, drone warfare. There's no limit to the kinds of crimes you can just like repeatedly perpetuate. So I'm going to engage in the same behavior then if you're not going to let us into this, into your little club. And in fact, we're going to pivot to becoming exclusively an like anti-Western thing and take all that anti-Western sentiment that there is in abundance in our culture and try and like use that to consolidate power even more. The meeting between Moscow and Iran, the recent meeting with Hamas, the increase in trade with China and India obviously have an anti-imperialist character because they challenge financial market hegemony. And that's when we get into that very confusing territory as well, Red Scare. People say like, well, Russia's just another imperialist country. And it's just not quite that simple, is it? It's not quite that simple when you're talking about the Western dominance and Western economic hegemony. And the level of disparity there is between like the West and the global economic dominance they have and everyone else. And the fact that they're carving out a sort of alternative, they're a part of carving out an alternative to that. You know? He didn't make any profit during the collapse of the USSR, as you put it. In fact, he gained much of his popularity by going after the oligarchs that did. Well, I guess considering the fact, super aggro, that he wound up becoming an oligarch himself, I didn't mean that he like benefited him. Like he didn't become a billionaire in the years immediately following the collapse, but he did put himself in a position where he would eventually be able to achieve significant political and economic power, like as a result of all that chaos, though. Imperialism is defined by financial domination over global markets, not international trade, as we learned in the first half of Lenin's imperialism. And this is what I mean about giving us the tools to understand all this stuff, you know? You can't understand the National Review without understanding that William F. Buckley was a fascist freak who went swimming naked with Mitt Romney, Jeff Flake, and a bunch of other Republican politicians, which is fine, but also weird. Yeah, I was not aware of that. Yeah. It's been definitely very painful over the last 100 days to see all these takes of like, oh, you say you're anti-imperialist, yet you don't stand up against Russian imperialism. People really thought that was like a knockout blow. People really thought that was like a knockout blow to the online anti-imperialists that they hate, who were actually secret fascists. People really thought they had something with that. But I'm sorry, but it's not quite that simple. You know? These words do actually have definitions. These concepts do actually have like theoretical definitions. Capitalists and the ruling class fight amongst themselves for money and power. Putin falls perfectly in that category. I guess the only thing I would slightly push back on Duttmeister is like, I think yes and no. Yeah, there's an element of it. Absolutely yes. Like we said, he's an oligarch himself. He spent a lot of his career accumulating his own political power and economic power. But like Red Scary is pointing out, this is not something we can ignore. The fact that Russia is forming such a strategic alliance with China, meeting with Iran, and starting to be a part of this emerging world order that's providing an alternative, and limiting the ability of the West to engage in things like sanctions, which are imperialism. And some of what Russia is doing right now is limiting the ability of the West to destroy other countries' economies through sanctions and through this global financial domination. So yes, he's struggling for his own power, but he's also part of a larger struggle that is taking power away from Western hegemony. And that's something that makes people very uncomfortable. But the reality is he is part of that. Do you agree that Russia is close to fascism if you just look at the definition of the term? I mean, that's the thing. You can, when you talk about the extent to which, private industry is tied up with the government, and how that factors in with things like, repression of different groups. I mean, you could make that argument. You can absolutely make the argument. But like I said, the thing that complicates that narrative, when you talk about Russia in general, the Russian government, the thing that complicates that narrative is the fact that Russia is part of this global movement right now, which also includes the vast majority of the global south, frankly. And they're part of a sort of global movement that is clawing back power from the Western imperialists, who are the ones that really do have global military and financial dominance, to the extent to which no other country comes close. That's what makes that narrative a little bit tricky. It's hard to be fascist and electoral democracy at the same time. Super aggro. Okay, then I think you're giving away a little something here, which is that you think that having our electoral democracy makes it that we're living in a democracy. That I wouldn't agree with. I don't think the United States is a democratic country. Electoral democracy. I don't think Canada is a democratic country. And in fact, I think both of those countries are prime examples, Canada and the United States, of ways that private interests have completely captured electoral democracy. And our whole electoral system is basically in place to present the sort of illusion to people that live in the country that we have some kind of democratic input. And while we might be able to change a few things around the edges, we might be able to adjust a few things, based on what different parties are offering. The idea that we live in this that we have like democratic input into the way that our economy works, I don't think that's accurate. Yeah, it's like a democracy under complete control of lobbyists. That I think you're kind of like falling for Western propaganda if you think that being able to vote for whatever party every couple of years means that we live in some kind of representative electoral democracy. I don't agree with that. I think both Canada and the United States are very tightly controlled by private interests. Massive conglomerates in Canada, the mining industry, the fossil fuel industry. In America, obviously, the arms manufacturing industry and all these big heavy industries. They're the ones that control our governments. And us being able to vote, we can't vote these people out of power, which really is a hallmark of fascism. And we have repression of opposition. We have massive amounts of repression in the West, right? We have cradle to grave anti-communist propaganda for our whole lives. I'm new here, so I may not understand your position. Are you saying USA and Canada are controlled by corporations and lobbyists, not the government? Yes. That's correct. We have massive political repression. We've got political prisoners. We have like huge programs in place like the war on drugs, which are specifically designed to funnel predominantly black and brown and indigenous people into the prison system.
Nice to see ya, Rob. Sorry I can't make it in here more often.
Thank you, Captain Jewish. It's no problem at all. Thank you very much for the 7 months.
You can count on me.
Resub.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I love Stalin.
Thank you, Ice Tray, as well, for the 13 months resub at tier 1. Thank you, Ice Tray. So yeah, look, the hallmarks of fascism. We're controlled by private industry. We've got political repression, even though we might not. Sometimes that can be kind of hidden to us. Poison, I made an amazing Stalin emote too, and I should upload it, but it's like that's the one I feel is going to cross some line and get the chat in trouble. I made a great laser eye Stalin emote actually one time that we could put on the channel, but I'm a little nervous. I might have pushed the boundaries a little too far with the emotes. So yeah, is it fascist in the West? Controlled by private industry? Yes. Massive amounts of political repression? Yes. And again, you don't need to look at home as well. Like, yes, we have political repression here. Yes. But also you have to understand what the repression that our government is carrying out around the world as well. It's not just like sometimes we feel like, well, our country can't be fascist. I grew up, I had a nice lifestyle. I have freedom of assembly. I have freedom of speech. I have all these great freedoms. But it's also sometimes you have to realize that it's like, yeah, so you benefit from fascism. That doesn't mean that our culture is not fascist, especially because a lot of the wealth that our countries have has been taken away at gunpoint. And we've engaged in mass murder and genocide in order to like build these cultures in the first place. We literally wrote the book of fascism.
We use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
In the settler colonialism that built these countries. Thank you, River and Ravens, for the 100 friend coin. Very much appreciated. Thank you. We engage in wars, political repression elsewhere. Yeah, we have repression here, but we have much more violent and brutal repression elsewhere. Funding media outlets elsewhere, training military state, creating states within a state in different countries, training these military guys, training them to carry on campaigns of mass kidnapping of communists and socialists and trade unionists and activists, feminists, mass disappearances and torture campaigns. Even if sometimes the repression that we have here in the West is hidden from us a little bit, and we can allow ourselves to think that we have these precious rights and freedoms, we have to understand that our government is just as brutal and violent and repressive outside the imperial core as any fascist country ever in the history of humanity. Perhaps you like to use fascism as a term because it carries a bit more shock value than flawed democracy. No, I don't think that's why. I mean, just going by your own example of it. What was your own example of what fascism is? As you wrote in the chat. Super aggro. Authoritarian, extremely nationalistic, suppression of opposition. You take a look at the United States government. The United States government fits all these things perfectly. Yes, there's political repression. Yes, it's extremely nationalistic. Yes, it's controlled by private interests.
This is some guy, Rob Rousseau, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
The violence, the brutal violence and repression. We have repression here in the West, like in the imperial core, but the brutal violence and oppression our governments do carry out ruthlessly and in other countries around the world and have for many, many decades. Step Back History, thanks very much for the raid. Welcome, Step Back History. We do have a hype train going, folks. I'm trying to make more of an effort to drop calls to action throughout the stream. If you are watching, if you are lurking today, and you got a spare Prime sub that you don't use, please feel free to subscribe. Get the emotes. We talked about maybe eventually having a Stalin emote, but we do have some really wonderful emotes on this channel. Subscribe to the channel.
You can
join
count
the
on
Discord
me.
server.
Good old
get the
Rob
emotes.
To
become part of the community. Yada yada yada. The Nazi Party was inspired by the Jim Crow South and U.S. eugenics politics, and capitalists in the U.S. and the U.K. thought they were great. Yes, they did. I mean, we literally wrote this. These settler colonialist societies literally wrote the book on fascism, which the Nazis copied from, with Lebensraum and all this shit. Comrade Social Distancing, thank you so much for the 3 gifted subs. Thank you. So yeah, I would say if you're going to look at the dictionary definition of fascism, it's not just saying, I'm not making the argument that we have a flawed democracy. I'm saying straight up, we do not live in a democracy. It's not that it's flawed. It's literally, it doesn't exist. I mean, look at Ontario. Ontario just re-elected Doug Ford to a huge new majority. What was the percentage of people in Ontario that voted for Doug Ford? Was it like 18%? Delivered that new huge majority for Doug Ford. We don't have a democracy. The idea that we have that we live in a democracy at all is, I think, false. Alan Dulles figuratively filleted Hitler. Yeah, and exactly. And then after taking out John F. Kennedy in the 60s, was able to implement Hitler's foreign policy vision on the part of the United States. You can't have a liberal democracy with unfettered cash and politics. It's impossible. Or the media, right, Matt? Like, you can't really live in a democracy when you live in a society that's completely dominated by capitalist media, capitalist newspapers, capitalist TV stations, which control every single political message you hear at every moment of the day. And then people can then live in this kind of false reality with a false understanding of history and a false understanding of the way their society works, and then they can go vote, but their vote isn't really an act of democracy because it's being made under kind of false pretenses. Because we're lied to every single moment of the day by powerful capitalist interests that control the news media on all levels. Or parties who proudly choose candidates in smoke-filled rooms. I mean, yeah, just the idea that America is a democracy, it's almost quaint. We have a free, fair, and open democracy. The one flaw is that none of it is actually true. Folks, here's the question, okay? Here's the question. When it comes to our representative electoral democracy that we apparently live in, is that a real thing? That's the question. Is it fascism or is it flawed democracy? What is it about West? Is it really a Western electoral democracy? That's the question. Here's the answer.
It's false. No way. Not this time. We created it. Not this time. It's false. No way. Not this time. We created it. Not this time. No. Not this time. It's totally made up. Pure fiction. It's fiction. It's fiction. We made it up. We made this one up.
It's a made-up tale.
Made-up tale. It's a total fabrication. It never happened. It never happened. This one was invented by a writer. Not this time. It never happened. It's false. It never happened. It's a fake. It's fiction. It's an urban legend that never happened. No way. We got you.
We got you.
Not a chance. Not this time. It never happened. It never happened. We made this one up. It's fiction. We made up this one. We made it up. Not this time.
Made it up.
Wrong. Not this time. Not this time. You're wrong. Not this time. It never happened.
That's our.
It's false. Happened.
That's our electoral democracy. That's what I think about it. See, I disagree with what you're saying, super aggro. In USA, you have both right and left-wing media. Alternative opinions, even extreme views, are permitted. You don't get that in a fascist system. See, I don't agree. We don't have a left-wing media. Again, we have capitalist media. So we have a. Again, this is where the Chomsky analysis comes into play, right? We have a limited perspective, a limited ideological perspective. In this limit, vigorous debate is allowed. We actually don't have a media that goes beyond that, though. And yet extreme opinions are tolerated and encouraged on the right, certainly. Not so similar ideas on the left are suppressed. Yeah, we don't have any communist news anchors in this society. In fact, our whole culture, from our education system to the news media to entertainment industry, is just like laser focused on convincing people that communism is an evil, deadly, terrifying, authoritarian ideology that's just as bad as fascism, and that Hitler and Stalin were basically friends and they agreed with each other on a whole bunch of things and had a mild disagreement. That's what we're kind of taught about this, and that in and of itself is a sign that we don't have this freedom of expression that you kind of suggest that we do. We have COINTELPRO. We have the intelligence communities in the United States going in and destroying left-wing movements. Again, political assassinations. MLK, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, JFK, RFK. Again, programs like the War on Drugs, which put militarized police into communities to funnel predominantly black and brown and indigenous people into the prison system. Can I ask, what is your political position? Marxism-Leninist. I'm a Marxist-Leninist sympathizer. Okay, I'm a fellow traveler. There's also the point, like whenever this comes up, I also like to bring up as well that our freedom of speech in the West can be kind of an illusion as well. And it's like we might think that we have the idea of like being able to go out and express certain viewpoints or freedom of assembly. But when you get into like what does this freedom of speech actually like mean materially for people? Right? We can criticize our government, we can criticize the direction of things, we can go out in mass mobilizations, and we can assemble by the hundreds, by the thousands, by the hundreds of thousands against the Iraq war, or pro the climate, the anti-globalization protests, pro Black Lives Matter, anti-police violence, anti-systemic racism. We can, in our amazing free society, we can organize and mobilize around these issues and we can carry around signs, and we can yell about stuff. But do we have any actual impact into the direction that our government is going? Are these kind of policies, economic policies, environmental policies as it relates to like the police state? It doesn't seem like we can. We can say these things, but we can't actually take that speech and translate that into meaningful political action. Even when we organize and vote for candidates in this electoral democracy, as you described it, once these people get to the position of being able to change things, certainly it winds up being a lot more difficult than it sounds like. And most of these folks just end up perpetuating the exact same system that they're supposed to be sort of disrupting. Being actively zoned off and tear gassed by police despite being part of a peaceful protest against police brutality. This is definitely not fascist. I mean, listen, those Black Lives Matter protests, there was just dozens. There's dozens of examples of militarized police going into those peaceful protests and just beating the shit out of people. How many people were arrested? You know, people were killed in those protests. So that's not really being free. That's not really having freedom of speech. This is more of an idea that we like to talk about that in practice doesn't actually mean all that much. They forced the protest into a parking garage without a clear exit before tear gassing them in Charlotte. Yeah. I mean, there's just dozens of examples of police violence throughout these protests. Not only did that not lead to any consequences for police, maybe a few individual bad cops got charged in a couple of minor cases. Overall, the police as an institution got more funding, more money from even the Democratic Party, who absorbs all the energy of these social movements, and they give more money to the police, and all these processes and all these institutions just stay in place. These racist institutions. So that's why I don't think we should be fooled by these what we tell ourselves about our freedoms that we have in the West, and about whether or not we live in fascism or you know, whether we do or do not live in a fascist society, whether our governments qualify as fascist or they do. And I believe that they do. Again, even if you don't feel the repression yourself, if you grew up in the West and you don't feel that level of repression, you might be able to convince yourself. You might become confused and get to convince yourself that you do have some kind of benevolent government that's not engaged in this kind of authoritarianism or fascism. But ask people, again, if you live in Canada, for example, like ask people in Venezuela what they think about whether Canada is like an authoritarian country or not. When we're up there, like, we're still backing another person as the president of Venezuela who has zero legitimacy for the last 5 years. Or we have Canadian mining companies that have private security forces killing people to defend their like mining interests in Africa or Central and South America or wherever. Ask those communities. Ask those communities that are being crushed by Canadian-owned mining corporations with full support from the state. Ask them of how they feel about the benevolent Canadian government, or whether it's an authoritarian government or not. What's your opinion about social democratic nations like Germany, France, or Nordic countries? I mean, I'm not even sure I would describe Germany as a social democracy. And I think Nordic countries can have good examples of the way that the government has different priorities or values or a stronger welfare state. But many of these societies are also extremely racist, and a lot of the wealth that they're using to spend on these social democracies comes from violence and comes from imperialism. Or like France as well. Again, France has vast colonial holdings still in the post-colonial period. And you might be able to describe their domestic governments as being social democracies, even though I'm not sure I would even agree with that. Macron in France is a neoliberal. I mean, and so is Angela Merkel. And the Nordic countries that are trying to join NATO right now, yeah. France made Haiti pay them reparations for ending slavery. That's right. I mean, that's all of France's wealth comes from this level of like violence and exploitation, which is still going on today. It's not stuff from the past. France uses a colonial currency to yoke its African colonial countries. That's right. Macron has its own police force, and his party is literally funded exclusively by the bankers and capitalists of France. Which sounds a little fascist to me. I don't know. So those are my answers to your questions. And considering we're now in the chat, defending Finland, Finland's use of the swastika, especially considering some of the things that have happened historically as well. I think that's becoming a little bit more clear now, what we're dealing with. Oh shit, Outrun. Oh my gosh. They only dropped that like a year or so ago from the Air Force. But they always had it previously, so that makes it okay. They had it already previously. Maybe they could have got rid of it after the Nazis used it, though. You think about that? Regardless of when this got put into place? Probably. I know the swastika has a long history, in different cultures and stuff, but I think the Nazis kind of forever, as if you think that's unfortunate or not fair or whatever, fine. I think they did kind of like tarnish that. And I think continuing to use it as a symbol, especially a military symbol, after World War II for several decades is probably, that to me is a little bit sus. We just have to take the symbol back from the Nazis. I know that swastikas are used in other cultures, but I'm not wearing a shirt with a giant fucking swastika on it. Yeah, this is kind of my stance. Can we talk about how the Jubilee Parade had the black sun on it? Yeah, let's talk about the normalization of fascist symbols. We've been, over the last 100 days, there's been this massive campaign in the West to engage in this process of whitewashing various fascist symbols, whether it's the sun and rad or whatever else, or the black and red of the UPA, the Ukrainian Insurgent Army. I only pledge allegiance to the hologram queen. I mean, what a fucked up country. People are literally waving to the queen hologram. This is just really messed up. I don't even know what to make of this. This is just weird and sad.
Mall, the comments of Her Majesty in the address to the nation she made at the end of her coronation. We can see inside the carriage a representation of the Queen as she came back from her coronation wearing the imperial state crown and holding the scepter and the orb, waving to those who are on either side of the Mall.
So it's a hologram that's been created, especially, Joanna.
A lot of what's going on in the UK right now is real Children of Men vibes. Only Britain soldiers on.
Pretty cool, isn't it?
Fantastic.
And the Paddington thing.
And it's in black and white, which makes it even more sort of eerily thrilling in a funny way.
God,
and
imagine
think that
watching
the Queen,
this. The commentary
maybe
is so
still
horrible.
is sitting and seeing that.
And she was 27 at the time. She'd come to the throne at 25. And all of us may have relations who are at that age now. And the thought that at 25, someone suddenly becomes head of state, carrying on at the death of her father, which itself was something she had to come to terms with. And then within 2 years, she's crowned in a ceremony that is really the...
Okay, so Super Aggro says, what was that? That this was the symbol for Finnish Air Forces well before World War II. This has really gone down a path I was not entirely expecting. And it's not even the same symbol that Germany used. Google both, you'll see the difference. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. So this is what you're referring to? This image here is what you're referring to? The Finnish Air Force, which again, when did they get rid of that again? Recently? Fairly recently they got rid of this? It's totally different, bro. I mean, it seems kind of similar to me. Personally, I don't know. And we're gonna Google Nazi. Okay, yeah. It's diagonal. It's diagonal, you see. Okay. Yeah. I can't. I don't know, man. To me, this seems pretty similar. I'm really looking at them both back and forth to really get the sense of this. I don't want to be unfair here. Here we have the Finnish Air Force flag. Okay. Which I believe, again, they changed, over the last couple of years? And there's the Nazi flag. To me, that's pretty similar. I don't know. I don't understand what the argument here is. You're blaming Finland for being fascist now, because Germany used similar symbolism during World War II that the Finnish Air Force had used long before. Okay. I think you're getting caught up in the whole used it before part of this. Again, if you were walking around in the early 30s or whatever, and you have a shirt that has the Buddhist swastika symbol on it, and and you're a great person, you're a nice person, you've never done anything wrong, and then the Nazis come along And then the whole World War II happens, the Holocaust, all that stuff. And then the Nazis go away. They're defeated, obviously, by the Soviet Union. And then to me, if you've got that previous thing that had the swastika on it, that even to you has no relevant like connection to that, generally I think it's probably just a best practice to just kind of be like, yeah, I'm not going to use this one anymore. I would simply buy a new shirt. You can just make a new flag after, right? I think. Just use a new flag after. Even if you don't think that's fair. Hermann Göring's brother-in-law chose the swastika for the planes. That's kind of interesting. That's an interesting dynamic. Yeah, I don't know. I think probably it probably would have been a prudent move to just get rid of that one following the war. I think when you don't do that, you can kind of like mistakenly give people the impression that you're sympathetic to fascism. You know, whether you think that's fair or not, I think that's pretty understandable. It's the Michael Bolton argument from Office Space. Why should we change? They're the one that sucks. They're the ones that did the Holocaust. The argument is literally heritage, not hate. Yeah. And it's even like it's disingenuous when people use it about the Confederate flag. It should be pretty much a no-brainer. Okay, so I lived my entire life in this country without knowing we were fascist pigs. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Welcome. Welcome. Everyone has to wake up to this eventually. Okay? Oops. Where am I going here? Shit. I'm glad we could clear that up, though. I feel better already, actually. Feels good when we can kind of come to these conclusions and help people work through these kinds of things. How many times do you have to explain the flag before you just change it? I would say having to have it pointed out even once is too much. I would agree with that. I don't think that's that unreasonable. Yeah, and this is exactly it. We weren't taught this shit either. You have to figure it out for yourself. You know, when to eventually do, what do you do with that information? What do you do with that knowledge? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Do you want to just go, I'm gonna try to forget this silly Twitch stream that I was on today? Or do you take this new knowledge that you have and maybe try and apply that to your sort of analysis of current political and economic forces? That's the real question, I think. Like, again, if you grow up in these societies, no one's going to hold your hand to help you understand this stuff. In fact, it's embedded in all our cultures to try and avoid thinking about it as much as possible. But, you know, that's part of being an adult. You got to do the work. You got to do the work and figure this shit out. Finland allied with Germany during World War II. The people who adopted the swastika in Finland fought against the communists in the Finnish Civil War of 1918. Kwame Ture, the enemy, will never teach you your history. You got to figure it out for yourself. That's why it's important to read. You know, that's why starting to listen to Kwame changed a lot of my viewpoint on this stuff, going back to talking about theory and reading and all this shit and whether it's essential or not. When I see Kwame Ture being especially adamant about this, about how important it is, that makes me sort of kind of second guess this stuff. Most people are going to intentionally lead you away from these realizations. Yeah, this is what our cultures do, doesn't it? What's going on with Boris?
What he means
breaking
is
news.
it's time for him. And, you know, I don't want to talk about individual personalities, but what I would say
no confidence
is
vote
that
for
you
Boris
can't
is underway
say
right now.
repeatedly that you're not going to challenge the Prime Minister while there's a war in Ukraine, and on the day Russia fires rockets into Kyiv, decide that it is time for a change.
They're kind of
leader.
trying to spin it as like a Ukraine thing. They need
Wow.
the UK strong.
Getting
President Zelensky needs
It
the
is,
UK
and actually
strong.
what was interesting was I spoke to another rebel after that conversation.
It sounds like
and
you've
they
already
just
made
said
up your mind no
part
matter
of
what I
how
say. See,
the
I would
Prime
say the same
Minister
thing about
handles
you,
this
super
vote
aggro.
is about how it
I would say the same thing
works
about you.
afterwards. And
It seems like you
Nadine
kind of have your
Dorries
mind made up about
and
this and you're
Jacob
not willing to
Rees-Mogg,
listen
two key
to
allies,
new
saying
information.
one vote to win is enough. That doesn't
That maybe
really resolve
disputes
the bigger
the
problem that we've
distorted
been talking
idea you
about,
have
which
about
is
your
how
culture and your
mortally
history.
wounded is he? Can
I think
he
it's
bring the
more
party
you
back
that's
together?
engaging in
And
that
quite
kind of
frankly,
a
to
thing.
have a sitting cabinet minister going out in that way to publicly
I literally looked it up
criticise,
as
say
you
personally,
suggested
a
and found out
colleague.
it was
I mean, she
picked by a
said in
Swedish
tweet,
Nazi.
your
This was
pandemic
Google that
preparation
informed
during
us of
6 years
this.
as health secretary was found wanting and inadequate. Your duplicity right now in
If I found
destabilising
myself
a party and
defending the use
country
of a
to serve
swastika, I
your
may rethink some
own
things.
personal
Yeah,
ambition. She said,
me
if you'd
too.
been leader, you'd have handed the keys of number 10 to Corbyn. You've been wrong about almost everything. You are wrong again now. That's a sitting cabinet minister. So on the one hand, number 10 is saying, let's not have a civil war. And then one person is actually stoking that, or, you know, a cabinet minister stoking that. And I think there was disquiet amongst MPs today because they felt, is the Prime Minister giving Nadine Dorries permission to do this, or is she freelancing? Either which way, it does nothing to try and heal these very open, deepening and raw divisions within the party at the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we're going to hear a bit more of it.
My favorite part is when you get gaslit into the notion that you're crazy and everything is normal and correct in the imperial core. That's exactly Captain Jewish why communities like this one, I think, have become, it's important to me. And it's become important for people that hang out there because it makes you feel less crazy, I think. When you can congregate with people that are willing to sort of take these different viewpoints. What does a no confidence do? I think they could fire Boris Johnson.
Have you voted yet, and how have you voted?
He would have to resign as leader. Yeah, and they would have a new leadership election.
Prime Minister within 5 minutes of the poll opening.
I guess we just have to take your word for it, don't we? This is the thing, it's a secret
I'm just going to go to the
ballot.
bathroom, folks. I'll be back in one sec, okay?
People like yourselves are going out there defending Boris Johnson, and yet actually in private you're putting a cross beside to say that you have got no confidence in the Prime Minister. So how can we be so sure that, you know, you do have faith in him?
Well, that's a dreadful calumny to level at me. I've been working with the Prime Minister closely since 2008. We've worked successful at City Hall, been successful fighting crime.
Before I go,
over the last 2 or 3
I was asking questions about having discussion about your political position. Suddenly we're talking about the swastika symbol, and that was all that mattered. I would say my response to that is, when you're wondering about whether our societies are fascist or not, and you tell yourself they're not because we have like electoral democracy, or we don't have the same level of repression that we think we should in normal fascist countries, which is kind of, again, like obfuscating the real repression that takes place. I think if you're wondering whether your society is fascist or not, or has these fascist tendencies, maintaining the use of a fascist symbol for many decades after the end of World War II, which was put in place by an actual Nazi in the first place, I think that is actually a pretty good indication that you may, in fact, live in a society that is sympathetic to fascism. I think these are related, yeah.
And he performed strongly at the 22 with a
That's
really
my
good
takeaway
message
anyways.
about the momentum that he wants to give to the government once we've been through this process, and I think that's landed well with colleagues.
Do you accept that the Prime Minister and the Cabinet may need to show a bit more humility? Conservative MPs have been really bruised by the last few months, haven't they? The Sue Gray report, the police investigation, the revelations about what was going on in Downing Street have hugely upset so many of their constituents. Many feel that the Prime Minister hasn't shown enough humility about that so far. He got booed at the Jubilee. The polling is showing that voters simply don't trust him. Do you understand some of the frustration that many of your colleagues feel?
Of course we do, and of course the Prime Minister does. He's apologised profusely many times for the mistakes that were made at Downing Street and absorbed much of that anger.
Other than saying sorry, what has he really apologised for?
Well, he's apologized for the mistakes that were made at Downing Street. He's shown, if you like, action on that apology by changing the structure at Downing Street, bringing in new people to run the show there, very significantly just a couple of months ago.
Just to come back on that,
He's apologising the 22
Just to come back on that,
committee,
because I have heard that quite a few times, to say that the Prime Minister's completely changed Downing Street. And I just wonder how true that is. I mean, he's still in his job, isn't he, as Prime Minister? The head of the civil service is still in their job. There has been movement in Downing Street, but it's not necessarily the people who've been fined who've been moved, is it? It feels that it's actually just this churn in Downing Street that was going to take place anyway, and the two most senior people...
Who cares? It was not an ideological symbol. That's the whole point.
Well, I think that's unfair.
Here's the thing, okay? Super aggro. Here's the thing. After World War II, okay, and after the Nazis, adopted the swastika as a symbol, and then engaged in like mass murder and ethnic cleansing under the banner of this symbol. After that, regardless of whatever history is involved in the Finnish Air Force using the swastika symbol, which I don't think is quite as apolitical as you're making it out to be. But after the end of World War II, it becomes inherently ideological to maintain the use of that symbol. It's not, you can frame that as being non-ideological, but after the end of the war, when you consciously make the decision to continue using this symbol, which is the worldwide symbol of fascism and genocide and mass murder for an entire generation of people, and you decide to continue using that symbol, it takes on ideological characteristics, whether you want to admit it or not. This is the guy who adopted the symbol. It's so funny to spend so much time talking about this. I think you've lost the plot when you're defending the use of the swastika, personally. Carl Gustaf von Rosen was a Swedish pioneer aviator, humanitarian, and mercenary pilot. He flew relief missions in a number of conflicts as well as combat missions for Finland, whose first military aircraft his father had donated in 19, and Biafran rebels. Early life: was born in Helgesta, Flen municipality, Södermanland, Sweden, and grew up in Rakelstad Castle. The son of explorer Count Erik von Rosen, co-founder of National Socialist Bloc. The what now? The what bloc? The National Socialist Bloc. Swedish National Socialist political party, formed in the end of 1933. Okay. Very interesting. That's nothing. Just ignore that. Nothing to see there. Literally Goring's nephew. Nothing ideological going on there. Of course not. This politics tab gets wild sometimes. Some of the folks that come in here from the politics tab. Jeez. And this is the guy who came in here calling Russia fascist. That's right. It's weird how that kind of works, doesn't it? It's kind of weird how that works. And these people are like, how dare you suggest? It's disinformation to suggest that Russia is engaging in this kind of denazification process. And then like 5 minutes later, they're defending the Finnish use of the swastika symbol for decades. Russia's fascist, US is a flawed democracy, swastika is non-ideological if you tilt it on the side. Very cool. Very good stuff. They just teach them in schools that Russia took part of their country because they refused to allow them to use part of the land to fight the Nazis. Being from a country that has been anti-communist for over 100 years, coming into some hot takes about Russia and swastika. I mean, just the cross of the understanding what anti-communism is in the first place. And understanding that our deeply, talking about the West especially, our deeply anti-communist societies, in our education system and our political system, communists purged out of all positions of power and like labor unions. When you understand that anti-communism is just another word for fascism, that also makes you understand a lot about our political characteristics of our Western governments. The guy who thinks the U.S. and Canada are not fascist also has no problem with the swastika. Weird. No, he doesn't. He has a problem with it. He has a big problem with it. Just once you turn it on the side for 20 degrees or so, then it makes it okay. It's a shame. They almost had a genuine moment of self-reflection. Have I been lied to my whole life? I know it sucks, but yes. They were brushing up against the point there, weren't they? They were almost there. They almost had it. Maybe they'll take away some of these lessons, and we'll think about this later. I'm not going to count on it. But maybe later on they'll be thinking about some of these things. The question asker just flew too close to the sun. Yeah. Yeah, no wonder they're clamoring for NATO membership. Again, you can tell that the propaganda has been working nicely for our fine Finnish friends. Osaka, are you talking about the UK? I don't think there would be there would be a leadership election, but I don't think it would. That's actually a good question. Could someone in the UK answer that? I don't think it would trigger a snap election because it's within his own party. It's not like like in the Canadian Parliament. It's the other parties called no confidence in the government, and that leads to a election. But I don't think it's the same thing. It's like it's a no confidence vote in his leadership in the Conservative Party. Right? Yeah, NATO also not ideological. That's right.
Saved on the day, but was gone within 6 months. History suggests a vote like today's rarely settle matters.
John Major was never the same again, and Margaret Thatcher.
We've still got no news about the leadership vote of no confidence. In fact, some people have commented on my Boris Johnson voice. I think it is one of the... We joke sometimes on this channel about some of the accents that I'm able to do and not able to do. And I do think that some people do appreciate my Boris Johnson sort of accent when I get into this kind of a thing. The hardcore Tory cult the media talks about like it's completely normal. Well, they're all part of the Tory cult, right? Not buffoonish enough, but actually not that bad. You just have to kind of like... You have to have kind of like a... You have to move your jowls. I'm sorry to trouble you, but... yes. Like that. It's like almost like a horse. Works as a Nixon impression too. Yeah, it's really just a different in the... You give it the British inflection and it's Boris Johnson, and then you do it American and it's like one of those Nixon tapes from the White House. Pretty jowly. That's right. That's absolutely right. Once again, I'll just remind you folks, the hype train didn't really leave the station earlier, but if you are watching this channel and you appreciate this kind of commentary and this kind of debate and the way I engage in the marketplace of ideas, please, I encourage you to subscribe. Subscribe to the channel, folks. Get the emotes. Become part of the community. You too can unlearn the decades of Western propaganda that's been blasting into your ears and eyeballs from every moment of your whole life.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
If you've got a Prime sub, subscribe to the channel. Subscribe. Get the emotes. Join the community. Thank you, Weenus. Weenus of Lord, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm listening to Family of Secrets right now about the Bush family, and I have to say Nixon innocent on Watergate. I mean, the reality is, and Nixon was monstrous in many ways. Nixon is probably like more left-wing than any Democrat that has risen to prominence. Oh, what's going on here? Over the last like 30 years.
At any time in recent years.
Sick.
Shrapnel from that explosion, so you can see it littered along all the way. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. The train station and the airport, they're both closed. We're not sure about the roads. We've seen reports that they are being blocked by police, so we're going to try and find a way out.
Very scary.
After 5 days stranded here, this is deliverance. We help you understand the world with us.
I just thought we were talking about my man Kim Jong-un there for a moment. They hated Nixon because he was his own guy and pursued his own foreign policy, Kissinger and China, for example. I would really like to see the Oliver Stone Nixon movie. Well, you know what I have to do, actually? You know what I have to do? I have to reach out again to that Quebec City Film Festival. Is that on the 12th? June 15th. Okay, so still got time. I got to make sure I reach out to them about that. But I would really like to see that. I've never seen the Nixon Oliver Stone movie. Gonna live stream it? I don't know. I will definitely cover it. I would like do pictures and video, and I would cover it on Twitter or something. I don't know if I could live stream it. Comrade Social Distancing, who's censoring you? What words are being censored? Your message wasn't posted due to conflicts with the channel's moderator settings. That's odd. Didn't Nixon want to implement some form of public health care? I think so, yeah, in addition to starting the EPA. And again, I don't want to engage in some kind of revisionism like Nixon was actually good. Just the crimes that Nixon and Kissinger committed in Cambodia in the early 70s are just like a fucking monstrous war criminal in many respects. We don't have to hand it to him. But I think it's just as an example of the ways that liberals and the Democratic Party have gone so far to the right. As if you use Nixon as kind of a signpost to understand that how like Obama, Biden, Hillary Clinton, the whole Bill Clinton, the whole neoliberal establishment is like significantly to Nixon's right. So it doesn't mean we need to rehab Richard Nixon, but I think it does help us understand how far to the right American politics have gone since he was around. His extremely racist policies is another example, and his extremely racist, statements that he made regularly. I'll never look at pineapples and cottage cheese the same again, just like the swastika. I gotta say, Venus, that's actually a pretty tasty snack. It's a pretty tasty snack. Okay, Nixon that's a Nixon W for me, frankly. Big Nixon W in that respect. The one thing that often hits me is the fact that its highest general integration into the public school system never reaches above 15%, if memory serves me well. The number's only gone down. That does seem low to me as well. Especially considering the ways that it's been, deliberately attacked. The whole institution of public education has been attacked for decades now as part of the neoliberal era. It's been a big part of the neoliberal era, is destroying public education. That's why Democrats, again, to talk about how far right Democrats have gone, rather than passionately, unapologetically defending public education, you have them embracing charter school shit. That's been a big part. That was, that's the Democratic Party policies. The big part of the Obama administration, the whole waiting for Superman era, with Bill Gates was funding that as well, pushing towards this kind of semi-private system. The Nixon administration was pressured into forming the EPA by activists like Ralph Nader. In all, as much as Ralph Nader has become a liberal boogeyman because of his role in 2001, or the role in 2000, sorry, apparently delivering the election to George Bush, which is not even true in the first place. That's not accurate. Blaming Ralph Nader for George Bush is just preposterous in and of itself. Even that though, Nader as an activist, both helping form the EPA and help just with seatbelt safety laws, which Nader had played a strong role in, has done more good for everyday Americans than basically any other modern president. As an actual hero that accomplished a very important things. Those seatbelt safety laws have saved probably millions of lives. I blame Nader and Jill Stein for everything bad. That's the ultimate liberal brain rot. Reminder that Al Gore failed to carry his home state of Tennessee in 2000. I mean, the thing about Gore, about that whole thing is not only was he a bad candidate, and he was running with Joe fucking Lieberman. Yeah, it's amazing that Gore Lieberman really, after the Clinton years, really didn't just crush it. That didn't really they're really, set the country on fire. Not only was that a horrible ticket in the first place, but they literally still won despite that. They literally won the election. Wait, I mean, that's not even a conspiracy or an exaggeration. They literally won, but it would have been too mean and uncivil to complain about it. So they did the right thing for democracy. And just said, okay, fine, you can just steal the election. The Ralph Nader thing is an opt to deflect from the Supreme Court's role in halting the Florida recount and making a ruling they specifically stated could never be applied to another case, which goes against the basic principle of common law. I mean, Red Scary, it's a way for liberals especially to avoid any analysis that looks at their valued, America's valued democratic institutions like the electoral system, the Supreme Court. They have to avoid at all costs any analysis which blames these big institutions for these anti-democratic results. And so they have to do this kind of mental gymnastics to try and find these other scapegoats so they could never criticize these institutions. Right? That's why it was Nader's fault that Bush won. That's why it was Jill Stein's fault that Trump won. All this stuff. Bush fit better for the upcoming 9/11 operation. That's right.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Bart Party 69, thanks very much for gifting a sub to Eric. Yeah, did we fuck up? No, it was Ralph Nader. That's another thing about Al Gore as well, with the whole like Iraq war and everything. I think that's the ultimate form of liberal copium, to pretend that if Gore had been president, that first of all that 9/11 wouldn't have happened, which I'm sure would have, because that was kind of in play. That was underway already, regardless of who was going to be president, and the same people were going to be running the intelligence community that failed to stop it. So the idea that 9/11 would have happened on Al Gore's watch, and he wouldn't have been immediately pressured to just do whatever the fuck the national security establishment wanted him to do. Like he said, I don't know if we should invade Iraq. He would have immediately been called like a traitor to America and like a murderer and a Saddam apologist and a Osama bin Laden apologist, and wouldn't have immediately capitulated to that. We don't debate over here. We don't debate. Go back to fucking debate club, nerd.
You can count on me.
How about that?
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Want to debate stuff? Go join a debate club at your local school. Just leave us alone. Fart Party again. Thanks for the gifted sub to Carnova. Thank you, Fart Party 69. Would Gore accept the Taliban handing over Osama though? No, because it wasn't just Bush and Cheney and Rumsfeld that wanted to go after Iraq and Afghanistan. It was the whole national security establishment. If Gore was president, one of those planes might have hit the school he would have been reading to children at. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. But you don't get Patriotic Act without Bush? Maybe. Maybe it depends. I'm not sure. I just feel like Gore would have been pressured to supporting all that stuff anyways. But regardless, you're right that Bush and Cheney were a better fit. And that's exactly why that's, for a number of other levels that they were kind of put into that position. I do think maybe things would have turned out slightly differently, but I think Gore would have been pressured to engage in all that same kind of repression and invasion and the horror that resulted in it. Gore did well with his climate change gig afterwards. Yeah, that was a good role for him. Not that it had any impact on our discourse or actual climate change action. Not that it even led to anything, but, More like Tush and Fanny. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. You know what I didn't do? Tweet that I'm live.
Voting on the future of Boris Johnson as he fights for his political survival.
Didn't tweet that I'm live. We've seen if we're going to get
a room where MPs have been casting their votes
over
the last 2
Bojo.
hours. He needs a simple majority to survive, lose, and he must step down. Well, we are expecting the result at 9 p.m, so just an hour's time. We'll bring you all the latest.
1 hour's time. Yeah, I'm going to
big call
right.
They think a different leader would be the best way forward. I don't agree with them.
Nobody has had to force me to come out to support an exceptional, good, forward-looking Prime Minister.
It's pretty clear that he has broken the ministerial code.
I wouldn't put any money on this at all, either way.
But he can stand it again in the next leadership election. He would win any second run. Oh, that's an interesting. Even after being taken down? Oh, because the leadership election, it's it's the party membership as well. It's not just the MPs, right? Okay. Yeah, he very well could. He very well could. The party membership is hugely in support of Johnson. Yeah, and as I believe it was you were mentioning before, Dax, the capitalist class as well, right? Yeah, I guess the question would be in that situation if he would decide to run again, or if he would be encouraged behind the scenes to take a step back for the sake of, party unity or whatever it is. They got something like 116 billion in rigged contracts during COVID, and that excludes all those he got put through the surrounding that period as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm just like in Canada and the U.S., it was a massive upward transfer of wealth, right? So that class is going to remember that he was there doing them those favors. Millionaire mindset, baby. We love it. We don't actually. We're actually not fans of it. So at 4, we should have answers for that. Why did Ben Norton have to create a new YouTube channel? I don't think he explained totally the reasoning behind that. So let's look at this. Again, Ben Norton is going to be coming on this very program, hopefully this week, to talk about this. But he did just put out a video about the Summit of the Americas. Of course, the big story about it was that Biden this week said specifically that Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba will not be invited to the Summit of the Americas because of like repression and human rights and all these things. The endless backers of the Israeli government and the Saudi Arabian government love to lecture other countries about fucking human rights. So that's why these like socialist leaning Latin American countries are not invited to this failed Summit of the Americas. And now we see Mexican President AMLO, President Lopez Obrador in Mexico is saying like, well, we're not going to go either if you're not inviting these other countries. And finally on Johnson, Dax is having some good stuff in the chat here as well. I just want to get to this. He has enough parliamentary sycophants to get through the leadership voting stages to the membership vote. And all the opposition will be fractured amongst their preferred candidates, so we'll pretty much certainly get through to the final two candidates. And then that win will galvanize position among Tory voters. It's all a popularity drive. Yeah. Well, and that's it. And it's like they'll be able to use that as an example if he does get through this. If he does get through this process, they'll be able to use that as an example of like, well, that's democracy. That's democracy. Some people have had criticisms of Mr. Prime Minister Johnson's tenure. Some people feel they're uncomfortable with the open corruption, but we've engaged in this democratic process of the no confidence vote. The people have spoken, and that's sort of beautiful democracy in action, isn't it? Yes. And then that's how the process continues and gets this kind of like democratic legitimacy. But yeah, getting to this, like, Summit of the Americas, I think it's another example, like you're saying, metal dipshit. The U.S. grip on international relations continues to slip. Yeah, and I love the solidarity from Lopez Obrador to these Latin American countries, in Nicaragua and Cuba. Let's look at Ben's video on this. And again, Ben Norton will be coming on this show to break this down, hopefully this week.
Today is June 6th, 2022, and the Summit of the Americas is opening in Los Angeles, California. This is a meeting, well, it's supposed to be a meeting of all of the countries in the Americas, but the U.S. government, which is hosting the Summit of the Americas, has refused to invite Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. In response to this, several countries in Latin America have refused to attend. At least several leaders in Latin America have refused to attend. And basically, the summit is a total disaster. It's a complete diplomatic failure for the U.S. government.
We love
Washington was trying to use this meeting to diplomatically isolate the three socialist governments in Latin America, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. And it has been a complete failure. One of the most important and one of the largest countries in Latin America, Mexico, the U.S. southern neighbor, has refused to attend. At least President of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, known as AMLO, AMLO, it's the acronym of his name. AMLO has refused to attend the summit. Instead, he's sending his foreign minister, Marcelo Ebrard, on his behalf. And AMLO, this morning on June 6th, gave his daily press conference, and he condemned the exclusion of numerous countries from the Americas. And he also gave an incredible speech, which I'll get to in a bit, in which he condemned the illegal U.S. blockade on Cuba, and he compared it to genocide. He said it's similar to genocide. And furthermore, the new left-wing president of Honduras, her name is Xiomara Castro, she has also made it clear that she is not attending the Summit of the Americas. And the democratically elected socialist president of Bolivia, Luis Arce, has also said that he is not attending the Summit of the Americas. There are also some countries in the Caribbean who say that they're not going to attend. And today is the beginning of the summit, so we will know in the days to come who in the Caribbean attends the summit. But we know for sure that the presidents of Mexico, Bolivia, and Honduras are not attending the summit. Obviously, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua are not attending the summit. So we're talking about numerous countries representing a huge chunk of Latin America are not going to be attending. And of course, who is attending? Well, the far-right leader of Brazil, the fascist president, Jair Bolsonaro, a strong supporter of military dictatorships, who supported the Pinochet dictatorship. Bolsonaro is attending, and he actually has personal one-on-one meetings
we love human
with
rights.
U.S. President Joe Biden.
We love respecting human rights.
The right-wing narco president of Colombia, Ivan Duque, who is closely linked to drug trafficking and death squads, he is attending as well, along with the right-wing president of Uruguay. So all of the major right-wing leaders in Latin America are attending, but many of the left-wing leaders are not attending. And then finally, we see that Argentina's president, a centrist at best. I mean, center-left, but really a centrist, Alberto Fernandez, he is attending.
No, I don't believe so.
And he said that he's going to speak on behalf of the CELAC, which is the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States.
I don't know what went on with Blumenthal. Again, I don't want to speculate too much about the drama behind Gray Zone or whatever. I think Gray Zone has done some really important anti-imperialist journalism. Blumenthal's gone down this... Again, I think it's a strong example of like Ben Norton, someone who does think with class analysis, and I would describe as a socialist, versus Max Blumenthal, who's just kind of a crank, and who doesn't have that level of class analysis, and then gets pulled into these reactionary movements like the trucker convoy or the anti-vax or anti-mask lockdown bullshit. That's what happens when you're a wealthy and well politically connected type with no class analysis. You get pulled into these like directions, and Ben obviously is someone that has more of a theoretical grounding, is able to avoid that. Funny how that works too, isn't it? Maupin is one of those crackpots too. Yeah, I agree. Too many Jimmy Dore appearances. Yeah, that's right.
It's an alternative to the OAS, the U.S.-dominated Organization of American States. And then finally, the new millennial liberal leader of Chile, who some people call a left.
Sorry, the right is talking about some sort of sudden adult death syndrome that is affecting the vaccinated. I can't wait to hear where this comes from. It's just amazing how they can get fixated on the idea of sudden adult death syndrome and like try to link that somehow to their anti-vax stance. But then when you point out all the deaths from like gun violence, they're like, that doesn't look like anything to me. Not even gun violence. You point out all the level of deaths that like the auto industry is responsible and our car culture is responsible for. And they're like, well, who cares? Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. But we got to get fixated on like not taking a certain vaccine, and speculating on who's been possibly fallen victim to SADS. Just from food insecurity. I'm not going to pay for that. Or healthcare. Yeah. We take away school lunch programs for children, but we're really concerned about sudden adult death syndrome. I think this is a big MR feud, but Jimmy Dore is a dumbass, right? He just never looked into him. Assuming that, yes, he's a dumbass. I'm at one point I kind of didn't mind Jimmy Dore just because he's taken what I would classify as being some fairly like he's taken foreign policy standpoints, difficult foreign policy standpoints that I agree with. And yeah, I think he's taken some bold positions on these foreign policy issues. But again, Dore, another guy who is just he kind of comes to these like this anti-war viewpoint, but with zero of the class analysis that you need to like synthesize that into something better. And just then he as well just goes down to this kind of like crank path. He also becomes obsessed with these fucking right-wing conspiracies and gets duped by fascists who are like, hey, we hate war too, Jimmy. We bring us on your show. The Boogaloo Boys, we're not so bad. And because Dore is like a dumb person with no class analysis that doesn't understand the ways that fascism uses that kind of progressive language and the kind of like the promise of a false revolution. He doesn't understand this basic concept. So he, of course, then goes down these kind of paths. And, you know, platforms these fucking racists and right-wing grifters and stuff. So it really goes to show that I think with both of those guys, Blumenthal and Dore, you can have some, I think, views that I do happen to agree with on foreign policy, but if it's not rooted in this like very kind of this kind of understanding of class and the way history has kind of happened, if it's not accompanied with a deep sort of introspection with like that, it just leads down this kind of reactionary path. This is my conspiracy theory, that the number of people who each year get sick or die from pollution is much, much higher than we've been told, and that corporations and their political stooges do their best to never discuss this. an anti-vaxxer is going to go suck a lemon. Yeah, I mean, maybe it has something to do with like how our bodies are all made of like microplastics now. What, we're like 10% microplastic? Perhaps that has something to do with it. This increase in sudden adult death syndrome. You know, the fact that we're like 10% of our blood is now just like tiny pieces of microplastic. Maybe that's more than just this vaccine that we took, which limited the ability of the novel coronavirus to send us to a hospital. Yeah, he's just contrarian. That's it. It's just if you're not taking this anti-war view and coupling it with a sort of class analysis of history, you just end up in that contrarian crank category. The poor diets. Yeah, there's so many other reasons. The climate. The microplastics have definitely made male infertility go up. Yeah, I don't doubt that that's related. Do clowns like Jimmy Dore really not understand that groups like the Boogaloo Boys always eventually turn their guns on leftists and moderates, allies they use as a means to an end? This is, I think, when you become obsessed with like owning the libs so much that like you're not owning the libs by like helping fascists take over. These people, and like I tried to have this conversation endlessly during these like trucking convoy protests, when people were always coming into the stream and like yelling at me for not supporting the authentic working class uprising of the trucking protests. And it's just like, these are anti-communist movements. They're like, these people, the January 6th people, the trucking convoy people, the Boogaloo Boys, the 7%ers or whatever it is, this whole network, the Proud Boys, they fantasize about throwing people like us out of helicopters. They openly fantasize about this. They worship people like Pinochet, who engage for the exact reason that they were engaged in brutal anti-communist
You've just
repression.
become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
They worshipped people that engaged in mass murder and torture and disappearance of leftists precisely for that reason. They're not interested in working with us, or if they are, the moment that we like accomplish anything in this hypothetical situation, the first thing that they're going to plan to do is put us all in labor camps or worse. Innuendo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Innuendo, thank you very much, sir. I'm happy you're back in the work from home environment. You got to get out of that office. He is a failed comedian, yeah, as is Steven Crowder, right? And you got to stop paying attention to these failed comedians and pay more attention to failed musicians. Will the fascists have their civil rights? It's the baby talk silliness. Unelectable airwaves. It's the baby talk silliness. When you think without the class analysis, you just sound like an asshole. You sound like a dumbass. It's very easy to avoid these situations if you have this basic understanding of history and politics. I trust failed musicians much more. Okay, good to hear that. What is your position on failed wrestling journalists? I've worn many hats throughout my career. I've failed at many things throughout my long career. I'm a failed musician. I'm a failed ad agency marketing expert. I'm a failed wrestling journalist. I've failed at so many different things, folks. That's how you know you can trust me. I've failed at like multiple different industries, multiple different creative endeavors. You name it, I've failed at it. Okay? That's how you know you can follow me on this stuff. Driving around my tiny northern Ontario town yesterday, I saw a truck with a giant 3%ers Punisher sticker in the back window. Guess that dude is all set down to take the tyrannical American government. It's very bizarre, right? And this is why you get in, the whole Sartre anti-Semite thing. This is why you just don't even bother trying to convince these people, precisely because nothing about their ideology makes sense. Like, they're styling themselves as being this like outside the government force while simultaneously fetishizing and worshiping police. Like, they simultaneously position themselves outside the police and suggest the police are part of some like Trudeau communist regime, while simultaneously at this very same moment fetishizing and worshiping the police. These are not people we should be getting out there to talk to like try and understand where they're coming from, or try to understand their economic issues so we can work together. Right? They don't want to overthrow the state. They want to become the state and make the state even more violent and brutal and repressive. And only they want to be in charge of those levers of power. And that's exactly why I think we need to find our way to seize those levers of power so we can be the ones that are brutal and repressive instead of them. Going beyond that. That's more in the future, though. So, and that's also a joke. They want to be the boot, not to remove the boot. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's why it was so frustrating, and it remains very frustrating to get continually lectured by these people, whether it's Jimmy Dore or Blumenthal, or even Has or Jackson Hinkle or any of those guys, or someone brought up Caleb Maupin, lecturing us about going and like supporting and working with this like revolutionary workers movement. It's just so ridiculous that the people were doing this. Jackson Hinkle. More like Waxon Hinkle. He's whack. If you ask me. But that's why it was so frustrating during that convoy and really throughout the pandemic, just to be continually lectured by these people about like, vaccines and, these movement, these like anti-democratic but like crypto-fascist movements, whether it's January 6th people, insurrectionists, whether it's these trucker convoy. They're like, look, they're against the state. They're against the state. We need to be with them so we can like get rid of the state, while again ignoring all the class characteristics and ignoring the anti-communist characteristics and the ways that these people do absolutely like fantasize about inflicting harm on us. And we get lectured by these people about how we're supposed to be like working with them. It's fucking preposterous. And we got started by talking about this, but credit to Ben Norton for separating himself from Blumenthal over this kind of thing and having the correct position on this. Love when leftists throw their lot in with people who think Trudeau is a communist. That's really the big brain. That's the big brain socialism builders, Eric. And I think the problem is they're just one step ahead. They're one or two steps ahead of all of us, and we don't see the big chessboard that they do. But yes, I think that's definitely an alliance we need to be cultivating. Pat Soaks are like, communism is unpopular with the proletariat, so we must be anti-communist too to convince them to be communist. It's so brilliant. It's so crazy it just might work. Surely the anti-communist working class won't get mad when we rug pull them to expose that we're communists. Yeah, they're going to be thrilled with this. They're going to be absolutely thrilled. When we start explaining our plans to take away their like boat dealership. Anyway, let's continue this video on the Summit of the Americas.
But he's not a leftist. He's a liberal. He's a social democrat at best. His name is Gabriel Boric. He is attending. And Gabriel Boric has spent many months attacking Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, attacking Russia.
Yeah, Boric, come on. Don't go. Boric should not go to this summit.
Attacking China, and now he's taking his first foreign trip as president. he just visited Canada, and now he's going to visit the United States and meet with Joe Biden.
Don't legitimize our
trying to
government.
divide the Latin American left on behalf of U.S. imperialism while attacking actually existing socialist forces in Latin America and while embracing U.S. imperialism. So the, centrist liberal forces in Latin America are breaking with the left, but the actual left-wing forces, like in Bolivia, Mexico, and Honduras, are refusing to attend the summit. So I want to go now to summarize what Andrés Manuel López Obrador, the Mexican president, said in his daily press conference on the morning of June 6th, because he gave an incredible speech explaining why he's not attending. This is an article in El Financiero, which is a mainstream corporate media outlet in Mexico. It's part of Bloomberg, the corporate media network Bloomberg. And they published this headline titled, "The commercial blockade of Cuba is," this is quote, "is a type of genocide." And that's a quote from AMLO, the Mexican president. And he referred to, in his press conference, AMLO referred to the
centrists and social
blockade
democrats breaking
as,
with the
quote,
left and allying with the
a
far right.
type of
Shocking, I tell you.
genocide, and also, quote, a violation of human rights. Now, the U.S. blockade on Cuba has gone on for over 60 years, and it is...
Borges in a tough spot because Chile is such a right-wing country. And, I get that to an extent, but I do think that, anyone that's going to try to identify with the left in any way needs to be an internationalist, no matter where you are. I mean, we all live in right-wing countries. And I think it can be dangerous to your political career to be an internationalist sometimes, and to stand with places like Venezuela or Cuba or Nicaragua, China, North Korea, whatever, and it can put you in a difficult spot politically. But I think that should be a benchmark for anyone that's going to identify with being on the left, no matter where you are. You're in Canada, the UK, Mexico, Central America or South America, anywhere, Europe, Africa. You have to be an internationalist. You have to stand with other oppressed peoples. You have to stand with other victims of colonization, no matter how difficult it is. And in fact, because it's so difficult, I think it's a good barometer of when people have good values. Like when you stand up for Palestine, that's why Palestine is a barometer for people on the left, because there's very little material benefit to standing up for people in Palestine, to standing against Israel. There's very little material benefit, and there's every benefit to going along with the current status quo. And that's why when people do the right thing, they're doing it because they have good values. They're not doing it because of any cynical political calculation or anything like that. I understand that it's difficult. It's a difficult position to say, no, we're not going to go. You need the U.S. on your side. And no, we're not going to go to the Summit of the Americas. We're going to stand with Cuba and Nicaragua, Venezuela, Mexico. But at the same time, if you're going to identify with the left, I think you have to take that stance. And I'm going to silently judge you if you do not. Even me, from my privileged perch here in the Imperial Court, I'm still going to be kind of judgmental about it.
Completely illegal according to international law. Every year at the United Nations, 99% of the countries on Earth vote to condemn the illegal U.S. blockade. The only countries that usually vote with the United States to support the blockade are apartheid Israel and sometimes the narco regime in Colombia and the fascist regime in Brazil of Jair Bolsonaro, and sometimes the Nazi-infiltrated regime in Ukraine.
Company?
In addition to saying that the U.S. illegal blockade on Cuba is a type of genocide, AMLO also confirmed that he is not attending the Summit of the Americas in California in protest of the refusal of Washington to invite Cuba, Nicaragua,
it's definitely
and
not
Venezuela.
easy for AMLO to take this stance.
And
certainly,
he talked about
America's not going to be happy
about
about AMLO saying this shit, but he's doing it anyway.
Of his comments about the blockade against Cuba. And he said that the U.S. blockade, this is a quote, prevents foods and medicines from being able to arrive to the Cuban people. That is a type of genocide, a tremendous violation of human rights. And then he says, I don't accept hegemony of anyone, not of China, not of Russia, and not of the United States. Now, of course, he says China and Russia to make it seem, very impartial and neutral. But a president of Mexico saying, I don't accept the hegemony of the United States is a really big deal. That is a very significant development, considering Mexico is a country with a massive border it shares with the United States, and the majority of Mexico's trade is with the United States. Now, this speech by AMLO, this decision, is extremely historic because exactly 20 years before, the former right-wing president of Mexico, of the right-wing PAN party, his name was Vicente Fox, not only did he act on behalf of the U.S. government, he created a massive scandal because back in April of 2002, exactly 20 years ago, Vicente Fox called the then Cuban president Fidel Castro, and he famously told Fidel Castro that all he could do is he could eat and leave. Because back in 2002, in Monterrey, the northern city in Mexico, Mexico was also hosting the Summit of the Americas. And what happened is Vicente Fox, the right-wing Mexican president, he called Fidel Castro and he told him, look, I don't want you to embarrass me. George Bush, the U.S. president, George Bush, this war criminal who just launched the war in Afghanistan and was on the verge of launching the war in Iraq. Vicente Fox said to Castro, he said, I don't want you to embarrass Bush and embarrass Mexico. So what you can do is you can come to attend this meeting, you can eat, you can meet with me for 30 minutes, and then you need to leave and go back to Cuba because George Bush is coming. This is an article in CNN en Español. This is the Spanish language arm of CNN. And the headline is, eat and you can leave. You eat and you leave. The anecdote between Vicente Fox with Fidel Castro.
Imagine not showing respect to Castro. Could not be me. Fun fact, Mexico's border with the USA was 10 times as long before the USA stole 50% of Mexico's territory. One of the first things the gringos did was making slavery legal in the former Mexican territories. Understanding that basic history, talk about a part of American history that's also not really talked about enough. The idea of people like in California or Texas or in these parts of the United States complaining about Mexicans being in their country, how preposterous that is. Just the absurdity of that kind of on its face. You really realize it when you understand that basic history about the U.S. a little bit more.
And then they talk about how in April of 2002, when they were about to...
I took 2 years of Texas history as part of the public Texas education. We cover a lot of the conflicts. You'll never guess who was the good guy. Yeah, that's it. I would be just shocked. I'm sure that was a very fair and balanced approach to the history. My brother in Christ, the city you live in is called San Diego. Why is this city called San Jose? Yeah. It's really amazing. Get these Mexicans. All these Mexicans living in San Jose. Yeah, I'm sure that's a really big... It's really a terrible crisis. 15 years ago, I first heard we didn't cross the border crossed us. Just lately, the more I've been thinking about that kind of colonizer mindset that we're born with. When you start to really understand this level of indoctrination that we grow up with. Like I was reading some segments of the writings of that shooter from Buffalo. You write the white supremacist neo-Nazi that shot up the supermarket in Buffalo, and doing it because of this like the whole thing of a great replacement theory and all this, and just getting this idea of like, these are my people's lands. Like, I think he used the specific phrase, my people's lands are being invaded. And how I just realized the level of like just that basic level of indoctrination that everyone has to, that you have to be under to believe this. If you're to be a white person in North America and to be like, my people's lands are under threat, I have to defend it. And it's like the amount of like cognitive dissonance to ignore when the vast majority of people that are like saying that kind of thing, you go back like 2-3 generations and that's all it is. Like how powerful these like national myths are that we tell ourselves, where just because you were born here and your parents were born here, we have this kind of like we've severed our connection with our ancestors in a way. So our only history goes back to like living memory. It goes back like a few generations. And we just, beyond that, it's just this link is completely severed. And so we tell ourselves this idea that this belongs to us. Like these are our lands, our people's lands. We belong here in some reason, in some capacity. And it's just the level of cognitive distance you have, I think, to have this understanding of the land and where you're from as a settler colonialist. It just goes back to this basic idea of us accusing, again, also like other cultures being brainwashed in their education system, their history and all this. And it's like, what level of brainwashing do you have to believe that like these are our ancestral lands, when literally our in many cases our great grandparents were not from here? How powerful this is in Canada. Like again, I've talked about it before, my granny was like a wonderful lady. She was a wonderful lady, and I miss her a lot. She had some fucked up attitudes about this, about like old blood Canadians and stuff like that. Old stock Canadians. This is what people in my grandparents' generation believed in. Oh, they're not these old stock Canadians like us. Literally, your parents just got here. Like, literally, you got here very extremely recently. But they already believe this national myth, this national identity, and about who belongs in this stock Canadian group and who doesn't. It's extremely fucking disturbing, I think. The level of like of that settler brainwashing, That's why it's so fascinating, I think, too, to get to learn about other colonialist societies too, like and how there's a possible future where what we think of as like white society in Canada, like if that had perpetuated after apartheid, for example, and how there could be, it's like the British wanted South Africa to be like another Canada, and there's another sort of historic timeline where they were successful in that like settler colonialist project. And today we would have people there still saying like, oh, these are our, and have this like totally distorted idea of like how they got to be there, or the level of violence that was like enforced in order to settle these lands to make it, comfortable for you. It's amazing, I think, the level of this national myth and the way that it like it's so pervasive, and how completely severed from history and reality it is. Setting your suitcase down and turning on immigrants, or turning on people that literally lived here already, that lived here for thousands of years. And they don't get included in this like old stock Canadians, the people that literally lived here prior to us getting there. Again, and when we talk about Israel as well, I mean, that's why I think it's important to pay close attention to what happens in Israel, because it's just, and I talked about before why Canada is so supportive of Israel and why America is so supportive, because we're successful settler colonialist projects, and the violence that we see in Palestine is just that process playing out in real time. and in a modern context. And we have full knowledge of it, and we see this process playing out in real time. And without, if that just kind of continues, it's going to be the same kind of a future, the same kind of a future when these places, these ethnic cleansing projects become successful, and then they're able to, a couple generations later, say like, oh yeah, now we acknowledge the mistakes that happened. We acknowledge the mistakes of the past. And the violence that happened. And you can kind of like have this basic surface level recognition that these mistakes happened, and you kind of move on from it. That's exactly what would be going on there in a few generations if their sort of successful colonization process ends up working out. It's very strange when you begin to unpack these things. Yeah, exactly, Zach. Exactly. If Israel succeed in their genocide, they'll have land acknowledgements in the Gaza Strip. This is what I'm talking. This is what I mean. It's really, I think, amazing when you begin to unpack these things and try and unlearn these things, to see incidents like that play out and see someone go out and carry out these violent mass murders to protect their what they consider their people's homelands. They've literally been here for 2-3 generations most of the time. It's really, really strange. Yeah, mistakes were made. We tortured some folks. Yeah. The founders based the Articles of Confederation on the Iroquois Confederacy, and it failed immediately because none of the colonial states respected each other. Communally, they all just kept competing with each other. That's another part of the colonialist myth making we tell ourselves too, right? About that, and we watched it in that when we were talking about Shireen, the murder of Shireen Abu Akleh a few weeks ago, and looking at those interviews with people in Israel that were kind of carrying on that, kind of exploring those kind of exact same myths about, how they weren't doing anything with the land. The land was barren. We made it not barren anymore. They were these barbarians, like you talk about in the genocide in Central and South America and stuff by the Inquisition, the Spanish colonialism, the level of violence. But they say they were doing human sacrifice. There were these barbarians, and these settler myths that we tell ourselves about the people that we committed genocide against, in an effort to kind of retroactively justify it. Yeah, they were always warring with one another, and really, again, it's always projection. When we talk about these violent cultures, it's just in the same way that's still projection now. When we talk about other countries today and criticize their human rights agendas or whatever, it's always projection today, and it's projection then as well. About these violent indigenous societies, and the way that they they didn't settle the land, and they had no society, no civilization, no culture, no libraries, no nothing, and it's like a complete fabrication of reality when you start to read the history of it, which you discover a lot in open veins of Latin America, especially. The Canadian government is literally still doing the same thing with Ukrainians right now. Bribe them with tickets straight to the white middle class. Now they'll never going against Canada because Canada saved them. I mean, that's not even right now, Wasligan. That's what Canada has been doing with the Ukrainian diaspora for now, since the end of World War II. Canada has played a central role in kind of creating this Ukrainian nationalist identity, this far-right nationalist identity, which didn't really exist to the same extent before, or it did exist with people like Bandera, who have been rehabilitated. Yeah, that's why I said still. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and we just lap it up, of course, and we of course immediately accept them into what constitutes a Canadian citizen, whereas there's immigrant families that have been here for now multiple generations that we don't accept to the same extent. You've never known fear until you've shot a bunch of Zulu warriors armed with spears and hide shields. I don't remember if you were around for this, James, a 13-month subscriber. It's probably cutting it close, but there was a point last year where I became very obsessed with reading about British colonialism for a little bit and watching the film Zulu. And I did a whole episode where I talked about the film Zulu because I rewatched it. Really interesting movie, which I think was like for the 60s was somewhat anti-colonial, but then I think in retrospect was still very much colonialist British Empire propaganda. Interesting to talk about where those lines are. But good movie though. Good movie. Definitely, it was fun to sort of unpack all that stuff. Posing as being a criticism, but not at the same time. That's right. It was a simultaneously, it fetishized the British Empire, while still in its efforts to kind of give humanity to like the people that were there, the indigenous populations that were there, that were fighting them. The very fact that they made these few efforts to humanize the Zulu in any way was like very transgressive for the time in the 60s. But you still, looking back today, it's still like it really fetishizes the British Empire and still pits them as like the noble, heroic good guys against the waves of hordes of African indigenous people and Zulu warriors that are fighting them. The British are depicted as truly sympathetic. I would say that that's the thing, like Michael Caine in that movie. Michael Caine is so great in that movie. He's this, I can't remember the name of the character, but he's just this massive kind of like aristocratic prick. But then he has this kind of like redemption throughout the movie. So yeah, he does end up pulling off a pretty sympathetic performance, even if it's like a little bit nuanced, you know. It's similar to Top Gun in that it's a propaganda film, but a good one. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. I sometimes wonder if I'll ever escape that fetishization. I grew up around it. Yeah, well, that's one of the things I'm talking about. This kind of like settler propaganda. You just grow up believing in it, and you have like, especially our parents' generation. They really taught them that. You know, my stepdad is from Liverpool, and they really instilled that in you. That the sun never sets on the British Empire and all that stuff, and all the glories of it, and you know. They growing up in that. It's like talk about an indoctrinated culture. Anyway, let's continue. This has been a fun discussion, but let's continue talking about the Summit of the Americas. By the way, I have to remind you folks, stream what we got about another little less than an hour. Remember, if you're just tuning in for the first time today, I'm trying to take a break from doing the big sub segment that I sometimes do during the day, where I just try and like do chill for a specific time. I'm trying to break it up a little bit every now and then. If you are tuning into the show for the first time, though, if you're from the politics tab, if you're a lurker, if you support the show, subscribe to the channel, get the emotes, join the Discord server. That's what helps keep the show on the air, and I appreciate it. If you got a Prime sub, toss it my way. Very, very helpful, and I appreciate it a lot. This is a really good speech by Parenti on Hollywood's use of the swarthy horde, and it checks with every movie I've ever seen that claims to show both sides, like Mel Gibson's We Were Soldiers. It was incredibly patronizing to Vietnamese freedom fighters. Yeah, there's a scene in We Were Soldiers when, like, I think it's in the climax of the movie when, you know, Mel Gibson and his whole squad, they're like running over this ridge or whatever, and there's these North Vietnamese like machine gun nests just ready to just annihilate them, and at the last moment the chopper comes in and saves them. And definitely watching it through that kind of dialectical materialist lens is just, it's one of the most disappointing moments in a film. You're just like, no, it's really like It's like a movie where the bad guys just win at the very end. At the very end, they basically cheat to win and defeat the brave heroes that are defending their homeland. At the very last moment, the good guys are just about to win, and the evil bad guys swoop in with their superior technology and massacre them. It's weird how through that framework, that's basically what all of American cinema becomes, especially these kind of war films. The ultimate triumph of evil over good. Sounds like every Metal Gear Solid ending. Yeah, that's right. And well, I'll look at that Parenti speech, but I also want to. I do want to finish this Ben Norton video. So let's carry on with this for a moment.
Hold the extraordinary summit of the Americas in the city of Monterrey. The president of Mexico, Vicente Fox,
Rob to
he
talk
had
you through all this.
Cheating at war. Bad form, old chap.
Thank you, Dave. Thanks for the 8 months of Tier 1. Very much appreciated, Dave. Thank you.
Shameful situation with the Cuban president, Fidel Castro. And he said, this is the quote here. So Vicente Fox called Fidel Castro and he said, listen, Fidel, so you have an invitation where you can join me to eat. And that will be at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. It'll be 1 p.m., but at 1:30 while we're finishing eating, you need to leave. And then he said, oh, they don't have the rest of the quote here, but he said, you need to, the video's not available anymore. I guess it was taken off YouTube. So much censorship on YouTube. But anyway, he said, okay, you can eat with me for half an hour and then you need to leave because George Bush is coming. So that is the complete 180 that we've seen in Mexico. 20 years before, the right-wing U.S. puppet president of Mexico, Vicente Fox, was telling the leader of Cuba, Fidel Castro, that he needs to leave Mexico and go back to Cuba, and so as not to embarrass Mexico in front of its imperial lord, George Bush, the U.S. president. Well, now the left-wing president of Mexico, AMLO, who consistently has an approval rating of around 70%, an extremely popular leader, he is saying that he's not even going to attend the Summit of the Americas in the United States, and instead he's only sending his foreign minister on his behalf. Now, he's not the only leader. I also mentioned that the new left-wing president of Honduras, Xiomara Castro, she is not attending either in protest.
He escaped into the water.
This is an article in Prensa Latina, and the headline is, without its president, Honduras will be in the Summit of the Americas, but the new president is not attending. Instead, they're sending their foreign minister, Enrique Reina, who's attending on behalf of Honduras, but the president of Honduras is not attending, Xiomara Castro. And she tweeted on May 11th, Xiomara Castro tweeted, if all of the countries, all of the nations in the Americas are not there, it is not a Summit of the Americas. She criticized the U.S. for refusing to invite Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, and made it clear that she is not going to attend. And her foreign ministry just confirmed today, June 6th, that she's not going to attend. So that is yet another blow. And then finally, we also saw that the foreign ministry of Bolivia officially confirmed today that the president, Luis Arce, is not going to attend.
Watching American war movies is like watching Star Wars if the Empire was portrayed as the good guys. I mean, that's when I was talking earlier about, this other level of kind of programming we have about our, even if you just acknowledge some evil things that we do. Oh, we're not as bad as this kind. We're not as bad as Russia, at least. We're not as bad as China. We're not as bad as North Korea. And then kind of like really unpacking that and understanding that basic framework and the way that the rest of the world sees us of like, yeah, we are the Empire. That's the funny thing about Star Wars is that it's literally a movie that's exactly what it's about. The Empire in that film is America, and the rebellion is the fucking Viet Cong. That's the simple analogy, and it's amazing how few people have like picked up on this basic idea. And in fact, it's weird in our society where in the whole Disney Star Wars thing, while fascism is being normalized, now it's like cool, the Empire. Now it's cool to have that iconography. You know, it's weird. Like, it's supposed to be very basic. This concept of who the bad guy is and who's the good guy. I wouldn't call Full Metal Jacket or Apocalypse Now pro-war. No, not at all. I mean, if there's some great American war movies. Platoon. I mean, Oliver Stone. There's American filmmakers that have worked within the American studio system to make films that are. I mean, that's the thing about capitalist system, is that it's like you can. There can be a strain of genuinely subversive ideas that get turned into this kind of mass entertainment. And certain people have been able to thrive in that kind of thing. Even though I don't think those are still all movies that are kind of based in sort of a Western perspective also. And is a lot about not just like the evils of what our state does, what the military state does, but also focuses a lot on what it does like inwardly to the people that carry it out, which is still a very sort of Western perspective of these things. Oliver Stone doesn't really miss. I would actually really like to see Platoon again. I don't think I've seen it in 15 or 20 years. Also worth pointing out, like what Zach is saying, the movies I talk about are like Zero Dark 30 or Hurt Locker or American Sniper. And that I think as well is like, I think you could get away with a lot in the late 70s and early 80s specifically, when like there was a public sentiment about the US military that was really receptive to these kinds of ideas, these kind of like anti-war ideas, especially when it came to Vietnam and stuff. That's exactly why Apocalypse Now and Platoon and Born on the 4th of July and these kind of movies got made in the 70s and 80s, was precisely because of how unpopular that was and how that was a mainstream viewpoint to hold up Vietnam as an example of like the evils of the United States government. I think one interesting thing that goes on with that is that I think the fixation on Vietnam allowed us to kind of have this sense where we have this kind of freedom of thought and we have mainstream art that's attacking this kind of thing. I kind of, in a way, Vietnam was almost like a scapegoat, almost, where it's like, you have this kind of industry of films and news media and documentaries and books, which is very, very critical of the Vietnam War and the U.S. military and the evils that kind of happened. And I think like that became such a focal point that it kind of clouded what else the United States military was doing at the exact same time. That's why I really appreciate Jakarta Method, because we realized that like while we all know about the Vietnam War and we all know about things like My Lai and these horrible massacres and atrocities in Cambodia, because of all the journalism and all the reporting that's been done about this, the mass murder campaigns, Operation Phoenix, and all the horrible atrocities that the United States was part of at that time, napalm, Agent Orange, like the endless list of it.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Meanwhile, at the exact same moment, the United States is carrying on with this sustained process of mass murder and
you can count
political
on me
repression
and have good old
in
Rob
Indonesia
to talk you through all this,
and in Central and South America, and that becomes completely obscured. TYT, thank you very much for the raid. TYT, very much appreciated. Thank you. Welcome, Raiders. Bring it in here. Thanks, Metal Kitty Mom, for the 8 months of Tier 1. Metal Kitty Mom, thank you. I appreciate that. We're just here. I'm Rob, by the way. If you want to chat, please smash the follow button. You might know me from Twitter or Twitch. I don't know. You might not know me at all. That's also a possibility.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
LA3 Black Dragon. Thank you very much for the 150 friend coin. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Oh shit, is the Boris Johnson result coming in, apparently? Oh wow, look at this. There we go. I guess it was called correctly in this chat.
That is quite
Boris
astonishing.
Johnson.
133 was the number that he would have to get to do better than Theresa May. So that is a lot worse than Theresa May did in
Wins the
percentage
confidence
terms.
vote.
and
That's
of
democracy.
course, she
Democracy
resigned
in
as
action.
leader in the months after that confidence vote.
He's being held accountable.
People
Listen,
supporting
they did a vote.
Boris Johnson were saying they were hoping he would
The
make
people
it
have
to double
spoken.
figures.
He's
so
doing a great job.
get
Now it's
the
time to move
rebellion
on.
under
That's called democracy.
100 MPs. Well, that certainly hasn't happened. 148.
That's the beauty of Western-style
Conservative MPs saying they
parliamentary
don't have
democracy that we have.
in the Prime
England,
Minister. Beth.
Canada.
Well, if you were in Downing Street tonight
works.
looking at that figure,
Democracy
you
works.
are going to be disappointed by that. That is a very disappointing result for Boris Johnson. A majority of just 63,
Democracy's sweaty. Maybe try it.
148 of his parliamentary party have signalled that they do
Friend
not
of the stream.
have
Friend of the
confidence
stream.
in him as Prime Minister. That
Boris
is
Johnson.
definitely on the upper end of estimations that I had been
I told you
hearing
earlier, I'm planning on
today,
becoming one of
as I
these
was
guys
saying
now.
earlier, a vote of
I move
over
the mic around
100
like this.
no's. That
It's
is losing
disappointing,
the
isn't it?
majority of his parliamentary party. And the question that comes from that vote is how on earth can Boris Johnson really corral the
I mean, we
party,
went over
get
this with-
legislation
we went over
through
this with,
when 148
Doug
of his
recently,
own
right?
backbenchers
Killed a
say
lot
that
of
they no
grandmas,
longer
but it doesn't
have
seem to matter all
confidence
that
in him.
much.
You only need 40
Or does it
MPs to
matter in
consistently vote
UK, I
against
guess?
Boris Johnson for him to lose
Stiff
his
upper lip and all
majority.
that.
And there you have
Yes, this man killed a lot of grandmas.
148. That will
His
give him
incompetence
plenty
in
of
this-
food
during this
for
pandemic.
thought tonight. I should say, though, too, Sophie, that the Prime
They
Minister
were all
has
just
been
like doing
very
bumps
clear
and
all
doing
of the way
karaoke
through
night
this,
while
as have
your
his
grandmother
allies,
was dying.
that
But
he has no
nevertheless,
intention of resigning.
You've gotta get behind this man.
unless he is forced out of office. But that is a deeply uncomfortable result for him. And you have to ask after that, are we now going to watch a period of time where Boris Johnson is in office, he survives in Downing Street, but he is not really
Keir
in
Starmer has the
power.
electoral
He
potential
does
of
not
sloppy
have the
dog shit.
authority over his
Well,
party.
that's the
when
thing about Keir is that
148 of his own
I guess
MPs,
his
say
Keir
that they don't
Starmer and the Labour Party, their whole
remember, the
strategy
government payroll vote
has been to just like we're going to seem competent and normal and allow them to just allow the Tories to just continually fuck up, and we're just going to like get voted into place because we're going to be the sensible, competent opposition that's no longer like dangerous in any way, like under the Jeremy Corbyn years. We've moved on from that. We're going to be sensible and competent. Maybe there's some like reality where that actually works and they win power. I don't believe it will, but like maybe it will. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe some absolute disaster for the Tories happened and they just like they managed to get in there. If that moment did come, it would be another fucking. It would be a repeat of the Blairite years. It would be exact. It would be a repeat of exactly what is happening in the United States right now, with Joe Biden and them failing to meet this like moment of rising fascism and climate crisis and economic crisis and all this shit, failing to meet it with anything resembling like the seriousness that it needs, and failing miserably and then being replaced with some other far right lunatic. That's the exact trajectory that Keir Starmer would be on with the Labour Party.
Sam Coates is in central.
The exact trajectory that Joe Biden is on right now.
Thank you very much indeed, Sophie. Yes,
Their economic policy is more right-wing than Boris Johnson's. It's hilariously inept. Yeah, I've seen they've tried to get to the Tories right on a number of issues. Just like we've seen like the NDP trying to get to the Liberals right on a number of issues as well in Canada. Or the Liberals get to the Tories right.
This is a disappointment. Can you say that?
People do not see Keir as sensible or competent. They think he's weird, and if they're politically engaged, they know he's just a Tory. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty accurate. That's the thing that they're kind of counting on. It's also funny to see people like Starmer like endlessly apologize for the Corbyn era as well, and pretend that they weren't like deeply involved in that. how they have no fucking credibility. They're always trashing Corbyn to make sure that everyone understands that how much they're repelled by his horrible ideas. Meanwhile, 2 years ago, they were all supporting him. Like, they all just look like total snakes.
How can you stand here and say that is a handsome result for Boris Johnson?
Because those 41%...
Getting outflanked by the most authoritarian Tory party since Thatcher, a level of ineptitude that only Blairism can accomplish. Yeah, and that's exactly why Corbyn's program actually became the actual only real threat to toppling that those power structures, which is, of course, why they all, across the spectrum in media and politics, came together to ensure that that was never going to happen. Because he posed an actual threat to the ruling order of the country. Anyway, that's what's going on in the UK. Johnson survives. Breaking news. I got another couple minutes of the stream, but another 30 minutes or so. So let's try to continue this video from Multipolarista about the Summit of the Americans. Thanks once again to TYT for the raid. And I'll remind people again, if they want to subscribe to the channel, again, I got about 30 minutes left in the stream. If people want to subscribe, if you're new to the channel and you want to support the channel and get the wonderful emotes and join the wonderful community, please do so. Apathy is the desired result. Send it back to the good old days of sub 40% participation. Yeah, that's where we're going in Canada right now.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you very much, Red Scary. Thank you, Red Scary, for the gifted sub. Very much appreciated. I may need to bring up the worm god soon. I may have to. I was trying to experiment with not having to do that, but apparently it might be necessary. My goodness, this lurker name. God damn. Oh my goodness. New valued community member, Lotion Over Lube. Low turnout, huge majorities being touted as great democratic successes. Yeah, I love lecturing to other countries about how wonderful our democracy is. Well, no one bothers to participate in it, and no one is happy, and the government does nothing to help anybody, and just that's accepted as being totally normal. The people demand MIDI tunes. Okay, well, I'm going to finish this clip, and then I'm going to blast through the rest of the episode with some of that stuff.
Attend either, and this is an article in Agencia de Noticias Fides, and it says
we're talking about the embarrassing failure of the Summit of the Americas, and the U.S. slipping grip of global hegemony and political dominance. We also took a brief time out to just talk about Boris Johnson in the UK and Conservative Party and all that.
The Bolivian Foreign Ministry confirms that Luis Arce will not participate in the Summit of the Americas in the United States. And instead, they're going to send the Bolivian ambassador to the OAS, Héctor Arce, who's going to represent Bolivia, but the president of Bolivia,
Bojo
Luis
the
Arce,
Clown, got him,
is not going to attend. So this is yet another blow to this U.S. summit. And AMLO gave a speech, and he said, it's actually not the Summit of the Americas, it's the Summit of the Friends of the United States. And that's basically what has happened. Finally, before I conclude here, I want to point out that in California, there are a series of protests that have been planned featuring thousands of people from not just the United States, but from around the world. So this is the website that has created a series of protests. It is
PSL
called
is really
the
involved
People's
in this.
Summit.
People's Summit.
And you can find it at peoplesummit2022.org. The People's Summit for Democracy. And they, from June 8th to June 10th, are hosting a series of protests, workshops, concerts. It's going to be like a big party with a bunch of protests against the Summit of the Americas. And it's being organized and sponsored by the Answer Coalition, by Code Pink, by the ALBA movement. That's the social movement arm of the Bolivarian Alliance, which is this anti-imperialist economic alliance bringing together the socialist countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, condemning U.S. imperialism. So their social movement arm, which is called ALBA Movimientos, they are
the U.S. deeming other countries sponsors of terror is one of the biggest jokes ever. It is, as we always talk about. Alejandra Maldon Edomejia. Is that how you pronounce that? It's something we often talk about on this show, though, which is whenever the U.S. or Canada or really any member of this like international rules-based order, as they refer to it, when they make complaints about other countries that are outside of that international order and complain about their human rights or complain about democracy or freedom of the press or whatever, it is always, always, always projection, each and every time. And it becomes very easy to understand international sort of geopolitical affairs when you understand this framework. And it's when you hear it coming from the West, it's always projection. And I think that's example, calling other countries sponsors of terror when you have the United States like literally arming and funding terrorist groups all over the world for literally decades. You know, long history of deliberately, knowingly, and intentionally sponsoring terrorist organizations, violent right-wing death squads all throughout the world. And then they go around claiming that other countries are sponsors of terror. It's always projection. Always, always. By the way, what do we think about this? Is this cool? Literal Nazis and neo-Nazis and death squads. Yeah, and enabling them to carry out horrific atrocities throughout these parts of the world. It's kind of cool. Is it the Finnish Air Force symbol? No, it is not. No, it is not. Anyway, let's continue watching this video. Code Pink, I think, is a genuinely really cool leftover of like a sort of a liberal organization that started under the Bush era that I think have really like has a ton of integrity, that have like held strong with a lot of really progressive and strong anti-war and anti-imperialist positions. Like they've not fallen into this like trap of you know, being against Iraq, but then supporting all these other imperialist endeavors or military endeavors. Like there's an organization that came out of that sort of liberal NGO anti-George Bush world, but has really, I think it's really impressive what they've continued to do over the decades.
Are also participating. The AFT, American Federation of Teachers Union, has endorsed it as well, along with the Los Angeles Tenants Union, the International People's Assembly, the People's Forum, a local of SCIU, Local 721, and also Labor Against Racism and War. So this is a coalition group, and they have a series of protests planned from June 8th to June 10th. You can see their program here. They have a lot of exciting programs, a lot of exciting activities that they have planned, including concerts and workshops and panels and marches and protests. And you can read about the mobilization here. So if you are in California, if you are near Los Angeles, you should definitely check out the protests going on.
So starting on Wednesday,
being organized.
Starting on Wednesday is this People's Summit. I would definitely like to watch some of this content. I think we're going to be following this a lot throughout the week, considering it's such a crossover of all the things we often talk about: collapsing U.S. hegemony and multipolarity, you know, the global South, Latin America, socialism. It's such this kind of summit of the Americas, I think, is so relevant to everything that we talk about often. I think we'll be talking about that a lot this week. And again, Ben Norton from this video will be appearing on the show soon. I sent him a follow-up DM today. So I'm hopefully going to figure out the timing on that ASAP.
Definitely check out the protest going on. This is being organized by the People's Summit, and you can find more information at People's Summit 2022, peoplesummit2022.org. And this week, I'm going to be doing an interview about those protests and about the U.S. failure in the Summit of the Americas and this massive historic backlash by countries in Latin America against U.S. imperialism and its attempt to try to divide Latin America.
I like that. Like that little tag. Kind of nice. Imagine as recently as 10 years ago, the president of Mexico telling the U.S. to fuck off. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, I mean, that's why I think it was good to sort of point out that that link between the way that these relationships used to work with Castro and all that. That's progress, and that's a sign as well of this collapsing U.S. dominance, which you do just love to see. You just love to see it. Well, gang, again, I got to go in about 20 minutes. Like, I'm not in a huge rush. Got to go fairly soon. Oh, wait, here's Starmer.
Issues facing you and your family.
You just look like an asshole.
I don't claim that I or my party will get everything right. But I promise
Johnson has
that when
fucked
we
up
don't,
so much, and people still
we will
would much rather
always
Johnson
be honest
continue
with you.
than
We will
have this man
prioritize
be anywhere near
your
power. How
prosperity
embarrassing.
and your security.
How humiliating.
And we will treat you with the respect you deserve from your politicians. I promise that together we will end the farce we've seen in recent months, that we will once again put the country first, get rid of this tired, out-of-touch government, and
It's not
get
going to
Britain
happen, sir.
back on track. Thank you.
Why does he look like that? He's probably had a few pints. Keith's a few pints deep right now, I'm sure. And, you know, who can blame him? This is a concession speech. I don't know. That's the thing. It's kind of acknowledging that the deeply unpopular PM, who's again responsible for numerous cases of like COVID getting out of control in nursing homes. His ineptitude was responsible for thousands of deaths.
You can count on me.
And
You're
people
gonna have
still
good
would
old
rather
Rob
have that
to
person
talk you
than
through all this.
Keith. So he's talking about getting rid of the government. I don't think it holds much water. I'm going to give 2 more subs because I don't want Rob's cruel Mountie landlord to kick him and his family out of their house into the forest to cover all of Canada, because I believe Rob can only defeat the first 4 bears that attack him. That's right. Any more than 4 would be really tricky. So once again, folks, if you are watching the stream for the first time, I do, and thank you very, very much to Carmen Social Distancing for those 2 gifted subs and for all the support you've shown the channel. Very, very much appreciated. These are the soul-crushing moments on Twitch. You know, if anyone was here, it was my birthday on Friday. It is still technically part of my birthday week. People, of course, very, very generous in this community. It's somewhat soul-destroying to have to show up every day and try and maintain the stream by promoting people to subscribe in this way, but that's the reality of Twitch. If you do like the content, if you do like the show, if you like the community, if it brings something to you, it is the only way that this community is able to stay on the air, through the generosity of the people in this community who watch the show. And that's the soul-destroying nature of Twitch, is that no matter, you do just have to keep showing up day in, day out. And, you know, just destroying your integrity in this way.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through
Subs
all
for
this.
Gemini season.
Laughing
That's right.
face.
Thank you, LA2 Black Dragon. Thank you very much for the 4 months of tier 1. Sometimes I put on this thing. You know what?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I think this theme right now, this theme is really good for when I'm doing the whole like real pitch.
You can count on
when
me.
I'm
You're
doing
going to
the
have
big,
good
like,
old Rob to talk you through all this.
full-fledged pitch, which I just don't have the energy for right now, so it creates this kind of weird dissonance.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
In Search of Slack, thank you so much for the 8 months of tier 1. In Search of Slack, thank you. John, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Thank you, John McCain's Ghost. Very, very much appreciated, John McCain's Ghost. Ian DJ Cooper as well. Thank you for the 9 months resub at tier 1. Thank you, Ian. No longer 69 gifted subs. That is unfortunate. You should have asked ahead of time, and I would have ensured too. I would have ensured that you not upset that in any way. I like it as kind of depressing segment. It's just the reality of Twitch. You know, this is the one thing I had to accept when I started coming here and streaming on this platform. It's just part and parcel with it. It's an amazing privileged position to be in. To be able to come here and go on and Twitch, and to have to be able to earn a modest living from that. But you have to go through the soul-destroying process of every single day, making the little number on the bottom of the screen go and turn and go up, and have to do it day in, day out with no respite. The juxtaposition of this voice and music. This guy needs your money to get surgery to remove this mushroom crap from his head. It's very real. That's right. I'm wearing a wig right now, and if I were to take my wig off right now, the mushroom cap would pop right off. Anyway, folks, we're almost on level 3 of this hype train, and 2 generous chatters, 2 generous community members could be the lucky ones to do this, to get us to the sub goal today. Which hockey game was this from again? NHL 95, which was just a sick game, one of the best sports games ever. Which I still have a Genesis, and I still have this game. That's why I remember this theme song so well. I played the hell out of this game. Maybe should I? That's the thing. This is I wasn't doing the full like infomercial segment. Here's my final offer. Okay, if you're still not convinced. If you're still not convinced about this community, here you go. This is my final offer to you.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Gen X Bushy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. And for all the support, Gen X Bushy. Really appreciate it. And one of the best musical chatters, the best musical taste in this entire community. What song is this? This is the song Easy Lover by Philip Bailey. I learned it all from you. I'm happy to hear that. by Philip Bailey and Phil Collins. Phil Collins wrote and produced this track with Philip Bailey for his solo debut. So technically a Philip Bailey song, but kind of a Phil Collins song as well. The NFL thing is wild. To this day, I have no idea how I did any of that. Phil Collins drumming, of course. Yes, of course. This segment makes me feel young again. This is what I bring to our chatters in their 30s. I know I'm only 39 years old, but I just make everyone feel so young. I'm talking about my extensive knowledge of yacht rock and early 80s pop and this kind of stuff. You sound like American Psycho. But I'm good though, that's the thing. And I'm not mean. I just like the pop culture stuff. And I just genuinely, in all honesty, it's not a gimmick. It is not a gimmick. I genuinely love this shit. Whether it's Phil Collins, Steely Dan, Michael McDonald, Doobie Brothers. I genuinely just love this shit. Tomorrow I will become a 30s shadow. A lot of powerhouse Geminis in this community. They really nailed this solo too in this like Sega Genesis track. Beat Shadow Dead Cat. See, I would never lose it like that. That's the thing. Alan Gems, how about the rib? We got 2 minutes left, folks. 2 minutes left of this hype train. 5 subs to go. 5 more generous chatters. You could be the generous chatter to put us over the hump today. As
You
they
can
say.
count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Human person, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Human person, I appreciate that a lot. Oh yeah, first gifted sub in the channel. We love it. By the way, it's not, and as Conrad Social Distancing pointed this out as well, it's not a cult. It's not a cult or a pyramid scheme. It's genuinely just a cool community with lots of cool events going on.
You can
And
count
it's a
on me.
community that
You're gonna have
encourages
good old
you to
Rob
separate
to
yourself from
talk you
toxic
through all
people.
this.
And if that's a cult, if it's a cult to try and help you by separating yourself from your life, from people that are toxic and not supportive, I'm sorry. Ooh. I'm so sorry. If that's a cult, Red Wizard, thank you very much for the gifted sub as well. Thank you, Red Wizard. Appreciate it. It's still not a cult, but I mean, it just even though it's not a cult, I don't think it's that bad of a thing to encourage people to not, communicate with friends or family, former friends or family members that aren't supportive of their endeavors. I mean, I think that's just like friendly advice more than anything. Jokes aside, this place means a lot to me. Thanks to you and everything for that. And we appreciate it, human person. I appreciate you too. Rob, will your 24-hour Red Scary birthday stream begin at midnight EST or midnight Pyongyang time? We're always on Pyongyang time. In fact, what time is it? $5:30 a.m. So I'm trying to do basic math while this Phil Collins Genesis MIDI is playing at the same time. If right now 4:30 Eastern is 5:30 a.m., so that means 4, was 5. Was it 1 a.m.? Yeah, this show starts at 1 a.m. Pyongyang time. I should start advertising that. Every single day, 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Pyongyang time is when you can catch this show. You can set your watch to it. You can set your watch to it. Pushing this hype train to the finish line is the real Pyongyang time, it's true. Every night at 1 a.m. Pyongyang time, a late night with Rousseau. I'm going to become one of those smooth radio guys. By the way, what do we think of this? I put on my microphone my sticker from my old podcast. It's something that I actually designed. Oh, with a hammer and sickle hat upside down. Looks kind of cool, right? That looks kind of badass. Looks sick? Okay, that's good. Good to know. It makes you look like a badass. Even more so. Good. Glad to hear it. Any primes in the house? We have 3 more generous chatters that we need. I know the hype train ended, but the hype never really stops. Red's carrying sticker form, that's right. A hammer and sickle cowboy hat. What if no one bought those final 3 subs? We could party here forever. It's just that would be really disappointing to my kid. I gotta go get my kid at school. I can't just leave him here. Gen X Bushy, I've been watching your drum emoji. It's really hypnotizing. It really syncs up to the track. And in the emote of me playing the drums, I'm literally playing air drums to this exact song. It's really one of my favorite songs. More of that. Oh. And the gated reverb on that track is so great. The gated reverb, folks. Okay, so what else do we got? We got 10 more minutes. Anyone else have any insights? Do you have any other weird... We've had a couple weird chatters again today. Passing through. Any more of these fine folks? I just realized I told myself I was going to make an appointment to get my hair cut today. And did not. Yeah, Alana, it really does. Really does bring some interesting people around. Were you around, Alana, for the earlier guy that we had a extended discussion on, like, the Finnish Air Force using the swastika and whether or not that was a fascist symbol? That was interesting. That was already a legendary moment in the history of this show. I was lurking. Okay, that's good. already a legendary moment that I can tell we're probably going to be talking about a year from now. The Finnish Air Force enjoyer. The incredible swastika defender. Yeah, that was pretty amazing stuff. What's the friendship triangle? The friendship triangle, bone at the teeth. And thank you for asking. The friendship triangle is a extraordinary and life-changing opportunity for you. So congratulations to you for stumbling upon this opportunity. And I know this isn't the first time you hear Bonet, but just play along. An extraordinary, life-changing opportunity.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
To join a community, you know, everyone in this moment, historically, everyone is isolated. Everyone's alienated. Everyone's atomized. We try to get, and thank you, Alana. Thank you, Alana, for gifting a sub to Bonap. Very much appreciated. We need this sense of community. We don't have it anymore in our real lives. We go home, you know, we go to our jobs, we work from home, we don't talk to our neighbors, we don't get out in our community, we're afraid of one another, we're all isolated. And that's why this community has been so life-changing for so many people, including me, first and foremost me, is because you can come together in a respectful environment to talk about politics and history in a way that everyone's equal, right? Everyone's equal, and you're not one of these non-subscribers. You get into the friendship triangle, and everyone is perfectly equal. And yeah, there might be some ways that you can technically become slightly more equal than other people, okay? But there's a base level of equality that everyone has, and that's the most important thing. And we don't need to get into the specific details. And just because you can, with money, rise to higher levels of importance in the community, that's true, yes. That's also where the patented trickle-down clout system is the most potent, of course. Overall, though, there is this basic level of equality, and more than that, stability. And that's why this triangle, it's a two-dimensional shape. Two-dimensional. Highly stable shape, one of the most stable shapes in all of geometry. All of nature. Let's get into specific details like pink diamonds. Well, I know there is a special day coming up. Maybe that's something we can think about. I know there's a special day coming up for somebody. Well, I would never guarantee anything, of course. That could be something that could be explored, possibly, maybe. Rob's Platinum Jubilee. That's right, Maxie. Thank you. That's exactly right. We love all of our gorgeous shapes. Some of the best shapes. You know, it's disturbing to me that there's non-subscribers and lurkers here that are seeing this that are still not sold. Like, really, it's like it's I don't understand it, but you know, who's to say? Hologram of young Rob. That's right. What we got? They simply lack class analysis. That must be the problem. Well, I'm going to go check who to raid now, folks. You got 3-4 more minutes. We're two small subs away from the goal. We're too small. That's nothing. That's barely anything. It's barely anything at all. I know there's lurkers watching this with Prime sub. And it's literally just a matter of just clicking a little button. And that's literally the only thing you have to do. Sorry, again, folks, I know I have to lay it on thick. Everyone in this community, very, very generous. You know, this is what Twitch forces me to dehumanize myself in this. Sorry. I apologize to you. And while in the process of doing it. Rob, when do I become a level 4 Laser Lotus? We'll talk about the different courses that you need to sign up for to get to that kind of level. That comes later. Anyway, thanks for coming to hang out today, folks. Are there prerequisite theory classes? There is every single week in the Discord server, and if you use the Discord's command in the chat, there is indeed every single week on Discord a theory reading club spearheaded by community member Red Scary. We got book club discussion of VJ Prashad's Washington Bullets coming up tomorrow at 9:15. We got Kino for Comrades on Wednesday, talking about the film Citizen Ruth. That's Doc Hollywood's specially curated leftist film series. You got Morbius movie night coming up on Thursday. We got so many movie nights. We got a ridiculous amount of movie nights coming up in this community. But if you're not in the Discord server, get in there, click on the events. All kinds of really cool stuff going on. It's called the Mission Impossible film series. Thanks again, folks. I appreciate you. Another good one. Another good day of discussion. Okay, so news for the stream. I will be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. I will have Benjamin Norton coming on the stream at some time, at some point this week. The Discourse Zone, Undefeated, that's right. Lots of good stuff coming up. But I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, noon Eastern. That's 1 a.m. Pyongyang time. 1 a.m. Pyongyang time every single day. Right here. Talk to you folks soon. Goodbye.